Alright. Hi.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I can't wait to hear about it.
So if our jury's ready, are we ready? State have a witness? All right, defense ready?
We are.
All right, we'll see if the jury's ready. Thank you, Sergeant.
Good morning. The last of them were just brought up, so they should be ready.
All right, let's get them then. We're ready in here. Yeah. Yeah, you might get a full 2 weeks of it. Yesterday, had a good day. Good day. Yeah. You try to figure that out. Stressful. It was empty, like 5 o'clock. Yeah, 5 o'clock. About 5 and 6. Crunch. Yeah. Empty. Really? Maybe like 5 people in there.
Because they don't close at 7.
No, I think it's open.
Close at 7.
Is it 7? Okay.
Yeah, you might want to
Ready, Judge?
Yes, we are.
All rise, jury in courtroom.
Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning. Welcome back. What a big difference. I don't see any green today. Last week I saw plenty of green in the jury box, and this week no green. Good morning, though, and welcome back. As you know, I have to ask you, was anyone discussing anything about this case with amongst themselves or with anyone else, or was anybody exposed to anything about this case through media reports or any other reports over the weekend between the time you left on Friday and the time that you returned this morning by show of hands? Excellent. Let the record reflect that there are no hands. Again, thank you all very much. We are going to now turn back to the state, and I'm going to ask them to please call their next witness.
The state calls me for Reynaldo Guerra Sr.
Reynaldo Guerra. Does Mr. Guerra need the services of the interpreter?
Yes, Judge. He speaks English, broken English, but he feels more comfortable speaking in Spanish.
Not a problem. Good morning, Madam Interpreter. If you'll come forward, I'll swear you in first. Mr. Guerra can come on down next to you, but I will swear you in first. Thank you. Ms. Ponte, do you swear to accurately translate from Spanish to English and English to Spanish in the proceedings this morning?
I do. Good morning, Your Honor. Mary Ponte, State Certified Staff Interpreter.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Guerra, if you can raise your right hand. Do you swear any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir. Yes.
All right, thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff now, and we'll get an extra chair for Ms. Aponte to sit behind him. My recollection, the best way that we do it is because Ms. Aponte, you're going to be answering in English, so we need a microphone. I'm going to have Deputy Estea move the microphone so that the microphone is closer to you. I think if you just put it on the other side. That'll probably work. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can't hear the interpreter, she will be interpreting into English. If you can't hear, let us know, and we'll figure it out and move the microphone again. All right, Ms. Johnson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Buenos días, señor. Morning.
Can you please tell me your first and your last name?
¿Me puede decir, por favor, su primer nombre y su apellido?
Reinaldo Guerra.
Reynaldo Guerra.
And do you speak some English?
¿Y usted habla inglés un poco?
Poquito de
A little bit.
Do you feel more comfortable speaking in Spanish?
¿Usted se siente más cómodo hablar español?
Sí.
Yes.
How long have you been here in the States?
¿Y usted lleva cuánto tiempo aquí en los Estados Unidos?
Toda mi vida.
My whole life.
Are you currently employed?
¿Actualmente usted está empleado?
No, I'm retired.
No, I'm retired.
And what did you do prior to your retirement?
Y antes de que usted se retiró, ¿qué es lo que, a qué se dedicaba usted?
Farm work
Farm work.
And where do you live?
¿Y dónde vive usted?
in Ruskin, Florida.
En Ruskin, Florida.
What street do you live on?
¿Cuál es la calle donde usted vive?
Ocean Mills Court.
Ocean Lease Court.
Ocean Mist Court?
Yeah.
Ocean Mist Court. Yeah.
And what numerical number is your address?
¿Cuál es el número de la dirección de usted?
623.
623.
And how long have you lived there for?
¿Y usted cuánto tiempo usted ha vivido allá?
Desde el 96.
Since 96.
Do you have any family that lives next door to you?
¿Usted tiene miembros de la familia de usted que viven al lado de usted?
Mi hijo, Ray Jr.
My son, Ray Jr.
And what is his numerical address?
¿Cuál es el número de la casa de él?
625.
625.
Back in 2010, did you know a man that drove a purple ice cream truck that went by the name Mike?
En el año 2010, ¿usted conocía a un hombre que manejaba o guiaba una guaguita de mantecados de helado que usaba el nombre o que se conocían como Mike?
Pues no lo conocía, pero él se paraba allí a vender mi screen, nieve.
Well, I mean, I didn't know him, but he would stop there, yeah, to sell ices and ice cream.
Did you buy ice cream from the man in the purple ice cream truck for your grandchildren?
¿Usted compraba mantecados o helado del señor que manejaba la guagua de los mantecados de color morada para sus nietos? Ajá.
Is that a yes?
¿Eso quiere decir que sí?
Yeah, sí.
Yes, yeah.
And did you learn at some point that he went by the name Mike?
¿Y usted se enteró en algún momento que él usaba el nombre de Mike?
Pues con el tiempo sí, porque me comenzó a give me credit y yo le pagaba cada 2 semanas, porque a mí me pagaban cada 2 semanas en el Costco.
Well, with time, yeah, because he started to give me credit. So I would pay him every 2 weeks because I got paid every 2 weeks.
So if you didn't have the money to pay for the ice cream for your grandchildren, he would give it to you on credit and you would pay him back when you got paid?
Así que si usted no tenía el dinero para pagar por el mantecado para sus nietos, él le daba o extendía crédito a usted y después usted le repagaba a él cuando a usted le pagaron.
Sí, sí.
Yes, yes.
And did you pay him when you needed to pay him?
Y usted le pagaba a él cuando era necesario que usted le pagara.
Sí, señora.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there a time that you had a conversation with the ice cream man about your nephew?
Hubo un momento que usted tuvo una conversación con el señor que vendía mantecados sobre el sobrino de usted.
Sí,
Yes.
When you spoke to the man in the ice cream truck, did you speak to him in English or Spanish?
Cuando usted hablaba con el hombre que tenía la guagua o la camioneta de los mantecados, ¿usted hablaba con él en inglés o en español?
hablé con él en inglés.
I spoke to him in English.
What is your nephew's name?
¿Cómo se llama su sobrino?
Armando Guerra.
Armando Guerra.
Can you tell me what this man in the purple ice cream truck named Mike told you about your nephew?
¿Me puede decir a mí, me puede contar lo que este hombre que tenía esta guagua de vender mantecados color morada, Mike, qué es lo que él le decía a usted sobre el sobrino de usted?
Pues él me dijo a mí que pensaba que Mando le había tirado a él, que él fue el que le tiró.
Well, he told me that he thought that Armando thought that he had had shot him.
Did the defendant tell you that did the ice cream man tell you he thought Armando shot him?
El hombre que vendía los mantecados le dijo a usted que él pensaba que Armando le había disparado a él.
Sí.
Yes.
Y yo le dije que yo no creo que mi sobrino Mando te tiró a ti.
And I said, I don't think that my nephew would have shot at you.
Did the ice cream man say anything else?
El hombre que vendía los mantecados decía alguna otra cosa.
Pues me dijo, entonces si no fue Armando, fue su hijo Rey. Yo le dije, you're just making it up now.
And he said, well, if it wasn't Armando, then it was your son Ray. And I said, you're just making it up now.
Where did this conversation happen?
¿Dónde ocurrió esta conversación?
En el garaje de mi trailer.
In the garage of my trailer.
Was the ice cream man on your property when this conversation happened?
El hombre que vendía los mantecados, ¿estaba en la propiedad de usted cuando sucedió esto?
Sí, se bajó para el garaje.
Yeah, he got out and to go to the garage over there.
Did you tell your nephew Armando Guerra about this conversation with the ice cream man?
¿Usted informó a su sobrino Armando Guerra sobre la conversación con este señor que vendía los mantecados?
No ese día,
Not that day,
después.
after.
Was there a time later that Armando was at your house and he spoke to the ice cream man?
Hubo un momento después, cuando Armando estaba en la casa de usted y él habló con el hombre que vendía los mantecados.
Sí, estaban hablando.
Yeah, they were talking.
Could you hear what was being said?
¿Usted pudo escuchar lo que se estaba diciendo?
No, yo estaba retirado.
No, I was farther away.
May I have a moment, Judge?
¿Me permite un momento, su señoría? Sí.
The state would pass the witness, Judge.
Estado va a pasar este testigo con su interrogatorio.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Buenos
Morning.
días, señor. Morning.
I'm going to speak a little loud
Okay.
Voy a hablar en voz alta
to help you speak loud.
para ayudar que usted hable en voz alta
Okay.
también.
All right?
Okay.
If you do not understand something,
Si usted no entiende algo,
let me know,
déjeme
and
saber.
I'll ask my question in a better way.
Y vuelvo a repetir la pregunta de una mejor forma.
Está bien.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
First, I want to reconfirm
Primero yo quisiera reconfirmar
that you were living at Ocean Mist, or on Ocean Mist Court, in 2010.
que usted estaba viviendo, que usted vivía en Ocean Mist o en Ocean Mist Court en el año 2010.
Sí.
Yes?
Right, did I hear that you're still there?
Yo escuché que usted sigue viviendo allá.
Oh, sí.
Oh, ya.
Gotcha. Is your son, Ray Jr., still living next door to you?
Su hijo, Ray Jr., sigue viviendo al lado de usted.
Yes.
Yes?
I understand that you are able to carry on some conversation in English.
Yo entiendo que usted puede conversar hasta un cierto punto en inglés.
Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
understand. ¿Correcto?
You're better with English than I am with Spanish.
Usted es mejor con el inglés que yo con el español.
The point is, we'll talk about your conversation with Michael Keetley in just a minute.
El punto es que vamos a hablar de su conversación con Michael Keetley en un momento.
Okay.
Okay.
I understand that you are more comfortable in this environment hearing your native tongue, Spanish.
Yo entiendo que usted esté más cómodo en este ambiente, escuchar su idioma natal, español.
Is that right?
¿Es correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And the reason for that is that you understand Spanish
La razón por eso es que usted entiende español
better than you understand English.
mejor que usted entiende el inglés.
Pues sí, sí, sí.
Well, yeah, that's right.
Sure. Would you agree with me that when someone speaks English with you,
¿Usted estaría de acuerdo conmigo que si cuando alguien habla inglés con usted,
it may be harder to understand exactly what they're saying.
Puede ser más difícil entender precisamente lo que están diciendo.
Bueno, pues, si lo poquito entiendo, lo contesto.
Well, yeah, the little bit that I understand, I'll respond.
Sure. I'm hearing some Spanish words, and I'm understanding some, but certainly not all.
Yo estoy escuchando algunas palabras en español, y sí que yo estoy entendiendo algunas, pero seguro que no todas.
Gotcha?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So when you are talking with Michael Keetley,
Así que
any
cuando-
conversation, sorry, go ahead, Madam Interpreter. Let me start the question again. And by the way, forgive me, I'm not always looking you in the eye because I'm looking at my interpreter, or the court interpreter, sorry.
Perdón, que yo no siempre estoy mirando a usted en el ojo porque yo estoy mirando a la intérprete.
All right, so let me start that question again, and if I pause, I'm letting the interpreter.
Okay.
Déjeme volver a empezar la pregunta otra vez, y si yo doy una pausa es que estoy permitiendo a la intérprete.
Está bien.
Okay.
When you are talking with Michael Keetley,
Cuando usted,
all of your conversations are in English.
cuando usted está hablando
Yes.
con Michael Keetley, todas las conversaciones de ustedes están en inglés, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Which is not your first language.
El cual no es su primer idioma.
No, yo soy chicano, soy...
No,
Latino.
I'm Chicano, I'm Latino.
So, Michael Keetley was a regular. Let me rephrase that better. Michael Keetley would come to Ocean Mist to sell ice cream.
Así que Michael Keetley era regular, o sea, déjeme hacer la pregunta de otra forma. Michael Keetley bastante regularmente venía o iba a Ocean Mist para vender helado.
Pues sí, pasaba por ahí. Pues.
Yeah, he would go by there.
On a very regular basis.
Bastante regularmente, ¿no?
Pues sí, no otra day, pero sí pasaba por ahí.
Yeah, not every day, but he would go around there.
You'd seen him a lot of times.
Usted lo había visto a él muchas veces.
Pues que pasaba por ahí, sí. A veces le compraba, a veces no.
Yeah, well, I mean, he would go around there, and sometimes I would buy, and sometimes I wouldn't.
And Ocean Mist is a circle, kind of like a circle, half circle street.
Y Ocean Mist es en forma de un círculo, o sea, como un tipo de círculo, como una calle en forma de medio círculo.
No, está ¿cómo se llama? La calle donde vivo yo, y da vuelta así, y sale por la calle de Castillo, por otra allá.
No, it's like, well, where the street that I live, and then it goes like this, and then it goes over around like this on Castillo Street.
Llamaba Castillo.
That's a difficult question to ask Spanish to English.
Es una pregunta difícil hacer del español al inglés.
Sí.
Let me ask you this. It's a small or narrow street.
Déjeme preguntarle a usted esto. ¿Es una calle pequeña o estrecha?
No, van y vienen.
Yeah, well, they can come and go.
Sure. As far as your knowing Michael Keetley, you talked to him on a lot of occasions, right? Several occasions.
En cuanto a usted conociendo a Michael Keetley, usted hablaba con él en muchas ocasiones, en varias ocasiones.
Pues sí, porque le compraba el screen allí y todo, platicábamos, que ya sí iba.
Yeah, because, you know, I bought ice cream from him and we'd chat and he'd go and...
And you would buy for your grandchildren.
Y usted compraba para sus nietos.
Sí, mi nieto, sí.
Yeah, my grandchildren, yeah.
And sometimes, if you did not have money on you, he would still give you ice cream and you could pay him back later.
Y a veces, si usted no tenía dinero, o sea, en su persona, él le daba el helado a usted y usted le podría repagar en un día después.
Le pagaba cada 2 semanas cuando me pagaban a mí.
I paid him every 2 weeks when I got paid.
He sold ice cream to other houses on Ocean Mist, right?
Él vendía el helado, el mantecado, a otras casas en Ocean Mist. ¿Es así?
Sí,
Yes.
I think he may have sold to your son, or your son may have bought ice cream for his children, your grandchildren too, right?
Yo pienso que él podría haber vendido mantecados o helado a su hijo, al hijo de usted también, y el hijo de usted también hubiera comprado helado para los hijos de él, que son los nietos de usted, ¿no?
Creo yo que sí.
I think so.
Sure. And he was such a regular presence on Ocean Mist that every 2 weeks you would give him money for ice cream that had been bought and not paid for.
Y él era una presencia tan regular en el Ocean Mist que cada 2 semanas usted le daba dinero a él para pagar por los helados que usted había comprado pero no había pagado por ellos.
Sí, yo le pagaba como cada 2 semanas, cuando me pagaban a mí le pagaba yo, ¿eh?
Yeah, I paid him every 2 weeks. When I got paid, then I paid him.
Let's talk about your nephew, Armando.
Vamos a hablar del sobrino de usted, Armando.
At this time, around 2010, he was not living on Ocean Mist, was he?
En este tiempo, alrededor del año 2010, él no estaba viviendo en Ocean Mist, ¿no es cierto?
Sí.
Who?
Armando.
Armando.
Nunca he vivido allí.
He's never lived there.
Right. Did you know he was living in Old Sun City at the time
¿Usted sabía que él,
of 2010? Sorry.
que él está viviendo en Old Sun City en ese tiempo, en el año 2010?
Sí,
¿Ya?
I think it's Brack or Brock Street.
Yo creo que es la calle Brack o Brock.
pues algo así.
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that. He would come to your house or your son's house to watch football.
Él iba o venía a la casa de usted o a la casa del hijo de usted para ver fútbol, ¿no?
Ujú.
For the record, that's a yes.
Para
Yeah.
las actas. Eso
Sí,
quiere decir que
sí.
sí. Yes, yes.
Good job. We have to make sure your yes or no is captured for the court report.
Buen trabajo. Tenemos que asegurar que si usted diga sí o no, eso está capturado para la estenógrafa.
Está bien.
Now,
Okay, all right.
you did not see an armed robbery where Michael Keetley was shot. You did not see that with your eyes.
Ahora, usted no vio un robo a mano armado en que Michael Keetley fue disparado. Usted no vio eso con los ojos de usted, ¿no?
No, yo no vi de nada.
No, I didn't see anything.
I think you'd heard about it,
Yo creo,
that
que,
he'd been injured.
yo creo que usted se
Objection,
enteró.
Judge, hearsay.
Objeción, su señoría.
Sí,
No, mire.
Overruled.
I think you'd heard about it.
Yo
something about it?
yo pienso que usted había escuchado algo de
sí.
eso.
Sí escuché que había pasado eso.
Yes, I heard that had happened.
And in fact, there was one conversation that you just talked about with the prosecutor where Michael Keetley talked with you about it.
De hecho, hubo una conversación que usted acaba de hablar con la fiscal sobre esa conversación en que Michael Keetley habló de eso con usted.
Sí, que me dijo que Armando le había tirado.
Yeah, he said that Armando had shot him.
I'm going to talk about that, but first, you did not date the conversation with the prosecutor, so I'll ask you the question. Do you know when that conversation happened?
Yo voy a hablar de eso en un momento, pero primero que nada, usted no dio una fecha con la fiscal en cuanto a cuándo esa conversación había pasado. Así que, ¿usted sabe la fecha cuando ocurrió esa conversación?
No, no recuerdo ya.
No, I don't remember anymore.
In that conversation, was the name Juan mentioned?
En esa conversación, ¿se fue mencionado el nombre Juan?
No, yo no.
Sergio.
No, I don't know. Sergio?
Tampoco.
Not that either.
Sergio and Juan were not mentioned. I repeat because I spoke over you and we have the interpreter. Do you agree?
No se mencionaron ni Sergio ni Juan. Yo voy a repetir eso porque yo hablé sobre usted y tenemos a la intérprete presente.
No.
No.
No sé.
The
No.
name Ramon Galan or Jay Galan. That was not mentioned in this conversation.
This is interpreter. You want me to ask a question?
Yes.
J, the initial J.
J-A-Y,
Oh.
the nickname.
El nombre Ramón Galán o Jay Galán, ese nombre no fue mencionado.
No.
No.
The name Richard Cantu was not mentioned, was it?
¿Fue mencionado el nombre Richard Cantu?
No,
No.
Jose Rodriguez.
José Rodríguez?
no,
No.
Daniel Beltran.
Daniel Beltrán?
tampoco.
Not
No,
that either, no.
Gonzalo Guevara.
Gonzalo Guevara?
no,
No.
Any nicknames like Magic or Spider?
¿Algún apodo como Magic o Spider?
no.
No.
Yo me acuerdo, no.
That I remember, no.
As I understand your testimony, you do not recall exactly when this conversation took place with Michael Keetley, correct?
Como yo entiendo el testimonio de usted, usted no recuerda precisamente cuando ocurrió esta conversación con Michael Keetley, ¿no es así?
Sí, no me acuerdo, ¿verdad?
Yeah, I don't remember anymore.
And we agree this is a conversation between, excuse me, try that again for the interpreter. We agree that this is a conversation in English, right?
Nosotros estamos de acuerdo que esta es una conversación entre... No, me corrijo para lo interpretar. Estamos de acuerdo que esta fue una conversación en inglés, ¿no?
Sí, pues,
Yeah, well,
The whole conversation that you recall at some time you do not remember is Michael Keetley said, I think Armando was involved in this robbery, correct?
toda la conversación que usted recuerda en algún momento que usted no recordaba es que Michael Keetley habría dicho, yo pienso que Armando fue involucrado en este robo, ¿no?
pues no dijo robo, lo que le había tirado.
He didn't say robbery, he said that he had been shot.
That's the whole conversation. Whether it was robbery or shot, I think Armando shot me, right?
Eso fue toda la conversación, o que sea robo o un disparo, eso fue, yo creo que Armando me disparó, ¿no?
Sí, pero yo le dije, no.
Yes, but I said no.
Understood. Do
Entiendo.
you know, let me ask that a better way. You do not know where Michael Keetley got that information from, do you?
Usted sabe, no, déjame rehacer esa pregunta. Usted no sabe de dónde sacó esa información Michael Keetley, ¿no?
No sé.
I don't know.
And when he said, I think Armando shot me or robbed me or did something to me, you said, no, Armando did not do it.
Y cuando él dijo, yo creo que Armando me robó, me disparó, me hizo algo, usted dijo, no, Armando no hizo eso.
Y yo no creo que mande hizo eso.
I said, I don't think Armando did that.
Understood.
Entiendo.
And that was the end of the conversation.
Y eso fue el final de la conversación.
No, luego él dijo que si no fue Mando fue Rey Jr.
No, he said if it wasn't Armando, then it was Ray Jr.
Sorry, let's talk about that.
Perdón, vamos a hablar de eso.
Do you know where he would have gotten information that Ray Jr. was a part of that?
¿Usted sabe de dónde él hubiera sacado información que Ray Jr. hubiera sido una parte de eso?
Salió de la cabeza de él nomás. Pues,
Probably just came out of his own head.
Understood.
Entiendo.
My question to you is, when the conversation ended, Michael Keetley left, right?
Mi pregunta para usted es que cuando se acabó la conversación, se fue Michael Keetley, ¿no?
sí, después de
Yeah. He left, right? He left.
And after that, he kept coming to Ocean Mist in his purple ice cream truck, right?
Y después de eso, él seguía viniendo a Ocean Mist en su camioneta de vender helados de color morado, ¿no?
Vino unas cuantas veces.
He came a few times.
Right. And you kept buying from him.
Y usted seguía comprando de él.
Sí,
Yeah.
y luego pues se lo pagaba con dinero.
And then later I paid him with money.
Exactly.
Precisamente.
Whatever this conversation was, he kept coming back, and you kept buying, and you kept paying. All of that is true, right?
Lo que fuera esa conversación, él seguía viniendo a vender y usted seguía comprando y usted seguía pagándolo, ¿no? ¿Eso es verdad? ¿Todo eso es verdad?
Sí,
Ajá, yes.
I have nothing further.
No tengo nada
Thank you,
adicional.
sir.
Gracias, señor.
Redirect.
Redirect.
May this witness be released by the state and the defense released.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Gracias, señor. Usted puede bajar.
Thank
Ya
you very
usted
much.
está liberado como
Yeah,
testigo.
thank you, Mr. Ponte.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
I'll ask the state to please call your next witness.
The state calls Armando Guerra.
Armando Guerra. Do we also need the services of the interpreter?
No, Judge.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Guerra, good morning and welcome.
Morning.
If you'll come forward to be sworn as a witness. Right there is fine. If you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. If you'll follow the bailiff down to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. You may proceed.
Can you please tell us your first and your last name?
Armando Guerra.
And can you please spell your last name?
Guerra.
And how are you currently employed?
Landscaping.
And where do you live?
Old Sun City.
And where did you live back in 2010?
Same place, Old Sun City.
Approximately how far is that from Ocean Mist Court?
I would say roughly like 3.5 miles.
Do you have family that lives on Ocean Mist Court?
Yes, I do.
And what family members are those?
Reynaldo Guerra and Ray Guerra.
And how are they related to you?
One of them is my cousin, one of them is my uncle.
Mr. Reynaldo Guerra Sr., is that your uncle?
Yes.
Are you familiar with an ice cream, a purple ice cream truck that would frequent Ocean Mist Court that had a driver by the name of Mike?
I've seen it before, yes.
Are there times that you go over and visit your uncle and your cousin over on Ocean Mist Court?
Yes, I do.
Was there a time that your uncle, Mr. Reynaldo Guerra Sr., informed you of a conversation that he had with the ice cream truck man?
Yes, correct.
Based upon the information that your uncle told you, was there a time that you were at your uncle's house that you came into contact with the ice cream truck man?
Yes.
Do you know the exact date when this conversation took place?
No, I don't.
Are you familiar with shootings that had occurred on Thanksgiving morning of 2010?
Yes.
Did this conversation with the ice cream man occur before Thanksgiving morning of 2010?
Yes.
When you saw the ice cream truck man on a date prior to Thanksgiving of 2010, what did you do after learning the information your uncle had told you?
I confronted him.
And how did you go about doing that?
I told him why he's accusing me of shooting him.
Where was the ice cream truck man at that time?
He was in the front seat.
Of his ice cream van?
Yes.
And where were you?
Outside.
Were you visiting your uncle that day?
Yes.
And what did you ask? What did you say to him?
Why is he accusing me of shooting him?
Did he respond?
Yes, he kept on pointing at me that I did it.
And when he was saying that you did it, did he say anything else?
I started getting frustrated. He started saying cuss words.
And did he ever say your uncle was mistaken? I never said that.
No.
Did he continue to accuse you of shooting him when you denied doing it?
Yes.
Did he make any movements or anything like that?
He kind of got up in the front seat and started pointing towards his forearm, and I didn't pay attention to that.
Was he trying to show you injuries that he had?
I guess. I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention. I was already frustrated. I just wanted to walk away.
And why were you frustrated?
Because he was accusing me of shooting him.
Did you shoot him?
No.
At any time, did he ask you if you had the nickname Creep or Creeper?
No.
Did that word ever come up during the conversation?
No.
Do you have a nickname Creep or Creeper?
No.
During this conversation, did the word surveillance ever come up?
Yes, I told him that somebody had told me that he had me under surveillance.
What did the defendant have any? Did the ice cream truck man ever have any response to that?
I can't remember that far, but that's what I did tell him, that somebody had told me that he had me under surveillance.
Object, hearsay,
Sustained.
move
Did
to strike.
I'll instruct the jury to not consider the last answer of the witness.
did the defendant ever tell you that he was surveilling you that you recall?
No.
Did you ever see anybody following you, either the ice cream truck man ever follow you or a possible private investigator?
To be honest with you, I can't even remember, to be honest.
Did you remain there or at the ice cream truck, or at some point did you walk away?
I walked away.
What was the ice cream truck's man's demeanor when you started to walk away?
He started cussing at me.
What did he say to you?
Can I say the
Object,
words?
relevance.
Overruled out loud.
He said, fuck you, you're an asshole, you're a dick, and I just started walking away even faster.
Have you ever been over to this man's home?
No.
May I approach the witness, Judge? Mr. Gare, I'm showing you what's been already reduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 120B. Do you recognize the photograph in this document?
That's me.
Do you have any idea, publishing State's Exhibit 120B, why your photograph... Judge, can I have some assistance from the bailiff to have the screen turned on?
May not be on.
Thank you.
It's going to take a minute.
Do you have any idea? Sir, is there...
I can't see what it says.
It's asking to reset. This isn't my equipment. The remote should be here.
The equipment issue. So please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or anyone else. Please not do any research related to the case and avoid all reports of the case. Hopefully just be a couple minutes and we'll bring you back in. All rise to the jury. Jury has exited. Everyone may be seated. Yeah, sir, if you'll just remain there. What exactly is it saying?
An external equipment is connected to the HDMI 3, which
ready to go. Just in an abundance of caution, let me ask, did anybody discuss anything about this case during the break, or was anybody exposed to anything about this case during the break by show of hands? Excellent. No hands. Let the record reflect. Thank you all very much. We'll pick up where we left off. The Elmo is now working.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Guerra, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 120B. This photograph is a photograph of you.
Yes, correct.
Do you have any idea why this document may be in that man that's sitting over there with the navy sweater and the blue Oxford shirt, why he would have this document in his home?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
May I have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
So this is you. You've just
Yes.
answered that question with the prosecutor.
Correct.
You see the date that this was printed in April of 2010, right?
Yes.
Down at the bottom right, if I've got my finger there, correct?
Yes, it.
All right, and this was from an arrest in March of 2020, correct?
Yes.
All right. So I want to ask you, the reason why I
I
went...
think
Wait,
that was
yeah,
a
wait,
misstatement.
I think you misspoke. You said
Oh, excuse me.
2020.
Excuse me, that's a date of release. But wait, the arrest date, March 10th of 2010. I said
Yes.
2020, is that correct?
Yes.
There we go. All right. So there we go. They helped me get on the right page, right? March 10 of 2010. This appears to be printed in April of 2010, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now you don't know where this came from, and you don't know how this came into place, correct?
Correct.
All right. You still working for Tornello Nursery?
No.
All right. That's where you were working at that time, right?
Yes.
All right. So let me ask you, as it relates to the conversation you had with Michael Keetley. Let's put it in context first. You were living on Uncle Brack Avenue.
Yes, correct.
That's in Old Sun City.
Old Sunset, correct.
It's not in Ruskin.
No.
So some distance apart.
Yes.
Driving distance, yes?
Correct.
And what I understand from reading prior statements of yours is that you'd go hang out with your uncle, Ray. Do you call him Reynaldo?
Yeah, or just Ray.
All right. So you have Ray and Ray. All right.
Yeah.
I have that same issue in my family. Your uncle, Ray,
Yes.
and then his son,
Ray.
your cousin, Ray.
Yes.
They lived kind of right by each other on Ocean Mist.
Yes.
And you would come to visit them on Ocean Mist, right? That's
Yes.
there we go.
Sorry.
That's okay. I'll make sure you get your yes on the record. What you would do is sometimes you'd go over and watch football on Sundays.
Every now and again, yes.
Right. And I think you were over at your uncle's house, not your cousin, your uncle's watching football one day when
Yes.
this topic came up.
He had told me yes when I was watching football, yes.
Right. Yeah, we're having a few beers, nothing, just hanging out, right?
Just hanging out.
Right. And at some point in time, your uncle said to you, hey, Mike the ice cream man said you were involved in his robbery and shooting. Something like that.
Something like that. I don't recall what he told me, but yeah.
Now, you're telling us this is not true. You were not involved in that, right?
Exactly.
Okay. And so when you hear that, I think your phrase was, I don't even kill cockroaches.
I did say that.
Right. Wait, who would think I would be a part of that? I don't even kill cockroaches. Right?
Correct.
That's crazy talk. Right?
Correct.
You have no idea how, well, let me put it to you this way. At this point in time, you're getting information from your uncle about what Michael Keetley said.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you don't know the name Michael Keetley.
No.
I think you'd been around enough to know that the purple ice cream truck would come through Ocean Mist on a regular basis, right?
I would rarely see him.
All right. Because you're rarely there.
Yes.
Okay. But you had been there and had seen him there.
Passed a couple of times, yes.
Right. So when your uncle is telling you that Mike, the ice cream guy, is saying you did this, you know that face, right?
No, I don't actually know his face personally.
Well, you knew who your uncle was talking about.
Just like I said, I've seen him a couple of times pass by.
Right. So you already had a face in mind when you heard this.
Yes.
That's the point. And so I think it's the next week or a couple weeks later, you're back at your uncle's house on a Sunday and doing some drinking and watching football, right?
I don't think I was drinking or watching football.
All right. Well, whenever you were there, here comes the ice cream truck through Ocean Mist, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you know that's the guy who has apparently said you were involved in his robbery and shooting, right?
He said a purple van. Yes, I seen the purple van. Yes.
So you're going to go talk to the person driving the purple van, right?
Correct.
And you're going to say, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't kill cockroaches. I didn't shoot you.
No. What I told him, I said, why are you accusing me of shooting you?
Okay. Now, when you saw Michael Keetley, or excuse me, put this, when you saw the person driving the van, he doesn't threaten you,
No.
does he? Now, let me put this right. You told the prosecutor you did not know when this conversation happened in 2010. Is that fair?
Yes.
Previously, you've been asked about it to try to give a time frame. And you were asked in reference to the shootings that took place on Ocean Mist in Thanksgiving of 2010,
Yes, correct.
right? And you said this conversation that we're going to talk about happened before the Thanksgiving shootings in 2010. In fact, previously you said way, way before.
I wasn't too sure what time of day, to be honest with
Yeah, but it had been way, way before, sometime when it was really hot out.
you. Yes.
Okay? Maybe even around April.
I can't tell you the date.
Okay. So the conversation that you're having back and forth with Michael Keetley that you're talking about, you're talking to him in English, right?
Correct.
Your uncle, Ray, who just testified here, that's the person we're talking about, right?
Okay, yes.
Of course, you weren't here when he testified, but you came with him today, right?
Yes.
No problem with that. I'm just identifying this is the same person. He speaks Spanish fluently, right?
Yes.
And that's his primary language, right?
Correct.
He did not tell you the time frame of his conversation with Michael Keetley, did he?
No.
He just told you what he picked up in an English conversation, right?
Yes.
And when you speak to your uncle, you primarily speak in Spanish, right?
Both English and Spanish
Right.
combined.
Your English is very good. You speak fluent English, yes?
A little bit. I would think so.
I've heard everything you said, and you're doing great. You speak fluent Spanish as well.
Yes, I
That's
do.
where I lose you. I can't do both. My point to you is you're talking to Michael Keetley in English, yes?
Yes.
And you guys are kind of talking over each other, right? A little bit.
Somewhat.
Right. So when we talk over each other, sometimes we may lose context, right?
I would think so.
Sure. And when you're talking to him, you're saying, I didn't do this, or something along those lines.
Yes.
Why are you accusing me? Right?
Yes.
And he's showing you his wrist.
He's trying to show me, but I wasn't paying attention to it.
Right. So you do not know what he is doing at that time. Why he's showing you his right wrist.
I have no clue.
He is not threatening you, is he?
No.
He does not have a gun, right?
Correct.
He does not ask you if you know Juan Gatron.
No.
He does not ask you if you know Sergio Gatron.
No.
He does not say the name Magic or Spider.
Nothing.
He does not say Ray Galan, Raymond Galan, or Jay Galan, something with the
No.
name Galan. Does not say Richard Cantu,
Nope.
not say Daniel Beltran,
Nope.
not say Gonzalo Guevara or Jose Rodriguez.
I don't think so.
In fact, this is just a quick conversation about why are you accusing me, and he's showing you the wrist, right?
Basically, yes.
And then some conversation about surveillance. Some comment about surveillance. You may have made to him, he may have made to you, right?
Right.
This is a very short conversation.
Actually, I'm the one that told him that somebody told me he had me under surveillance.
Yeah, that's right. Somebody. Who's that somebody? And
I
is that
can't
information reliable? You don't
I
know.
can't remember.
Right. But you're hearing, I'm being accused of something I didn't do, and somebody's got me under surveillance, right?
Correct.
Do you know if your name was given to the sheriff or whether your name came through Crime Stoppers?
I have no clue.
Right. You just know that you did not do it.
I know I didn't do it.
Correct. And so this is this brief conversation that you have, right?
Correct.
On Ocean Mist Court.
Yes.
And you knew that this man had been on Ocean Mist Court when you were on Ocean Mist Court in the past.
Like I said, I've seen him pass a couple of times. Purple van.
Sure. And did you know that after this conversation, whenever it happened, he kept coming through Ocean Mist and selling?
I stopped going for a while on Uncle Ray's house.
Sure. Did you know that he would sell to your Uncle Ray and maybe your cousin Ray, sometimes on credit, so that the grandchildren and kids could have
I
ice cream?
didn't know all that.
But the bottom line is Michael Keetley never once threatened you, did he?
No.
I have nothing further.
Redirect.
Mr. Guerra, that day that you were having this conversation with the ice cream truck man, did he accuse anybody other than you of
No.
shooting him?
He just accused me.
So he didn't later say, well, then maybe it was your cousin Ray?
Object leading
I'm going to rephrase.
Did he ever accuse, after you told him that it was not you, did he ever accuse your cousin Ray?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
May this witness be released by the state
Yes, Your Honor.
and the defense?
No objection.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time. I'll ask the state to please call your next witness.
The state would call Angela Logan.
Angela Logan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Logan, good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
You'll come forward to be sworn as a witness wherever you're comfortable. If you'll raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff down to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to that chair, go ahead, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. The microphone in front of you is adjustable.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Miss Logan.
Good morning.
Can you please tell the jury your first and your last name?
Angela Logan.
Do you know the defendant in this case, Michael Keetley?
A little. I met him a few times.
And when you say a few times, can you describe those occasions?
At my ex-husband's brother's house, Larry Beckwith. Michael's parents lived next door to him, and he had come over to Larry's house a couple times.
And you were there on those occasions?
Yes.
And you mentioned your ex-husband. What is your ex-husband's name?
David Beckwith.
And how long were you married to him for?
9 years.
Okay. Do you recall which years those were?
2000 to 2009.
I'm going to draw your attention to Thanksgiving of 2010. Do you recall that Thanksgiving?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you hear about the murder of the Guitron brothers over on Ocean Miss Court?
Yes, I did. On Thanksgiving morning, we saw it in the paper, I believe, or on the news.
Did you know any of those individuals over there that were injured?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So I'm going to draw your attention to the day before Thanksgiving, Wednesday, November 24th of 2010. Where were you living at that time?
In Riverview.
And do you have family that lived near you at that time?
Yes, my parents lived next door to me.
And what were you doing that Wednesday before Thanksgiving?
My stepfather smokes a turkey every year, so he has to start it the night before. So we would get together, have like little fire, and stay up with him, part of the night while he was, putting the wood in the smoker.
And was that done at your parents' home?
Yes, it was in the yard. Our yards are fenced in together, so it was kind of between the two houses, but probably on their property.
So you both lived directly next door to each other?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this Thanksgiving of 2010, were you and David Beckwith divorced at that time?
Yes.
Was David Beckwith with you on that Wednesday, the 24th, the day before that 2010 Thanksgiving?
Yes, he was.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
We were thinking about reconciling, so we had been seeing each other for a few months.
Was he participating in that family gathering, the smoking of the turkey?
Yes.
Okay. Did David Beckwith stay with you that Thanksgiving holiday?
Yes, he was there till Friday.
When did he arrive at your home?
It was in the afternoon on the day before Thanksgiving.
So on the 24th?
Yes.
And he stayed at your home until the day after Thanksgiving, November 26th of 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall how late you stayed up that Wednesday night assisting your father or your stepfather with the turkey?
We were up to about 2:30.
And did David Beckwith accompany you back home to your home?
Yes, he did.
Did you ever see David Beckwith leave your home that Wednesday night leading into the early morning hours of Thanksgiving morning on the 25th?
No, I did not.
Judge, may I have a moment? State would pass the witness. Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You indicated that you know Mr. Keetley through David Beckwith. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned it was because the Beckwiths had a property alongside the Keetley property, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're aware that Mr. Beckwith, David Beckwith, would go and be at that property with Larry Beckwith, correct?
Yes.
That he would frequent there, its family, so he would stay there sometimes.
Yes.
And when you met Mr. Keetley, there was a time that you learned he had been robbed and shot several times, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were able to observe that Mr. Keetley had a noticeable limp.
Yes, I did.
In fact, may I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Thank you, ma'am.
No, Judge.
May this witness be released by the state
Yes, Your Honor.
and the defense? Released or so?
Yes, release.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You may be released as a witness at this time.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll ask the state to please call your next witness.
The state would call Carmen Smith.
Carmen Smith. Ms. Smith, good morning and welcome. You'll come forward to be sworn as a witness, just in the middle area there, wherever you're comfortable. If you'll face me and raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, ma'am. If you'll follow the bailiff, please watch your step. Go ahead and get to the chair, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. That microphone in front of you is adjustable. All right, you may proceed.
Good morning, Ms. Smith. Can you please tell the jury your first and your last name?
Carmen Smith.
And I just need you to make sure you speak up a little bit louder because I'm having a little difficulty hearing you.
Carmen Smith.
And are you currently married?
Yes.
And to whom are you married?
Wesley Smith.
And how long have you been married to him?
13 years, but together 26 years.
You've been together 26 years?
Yes.
And where is it that you currently live?
At in Plant City.
Let me ask you to move that microphone up a little bit.
This one?
Yeah, see if you get a little closer to it. It amplifies your voice.
Okay.
And Ms. Smith, you said you live in Plant City?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe that property that you live on?
It's a ranch.
And do you have horses there?
Yes.
And is there a business that was run out of there?
Yes, it's horse trading and stuff. My mother-in-law does that.
Okay. And does your mother-in-law also live there at the home with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that where you lived? At some point, did you move there in 2010?
Yes.
And did you move there in the summer of 2010 so that your children could attend school?
Rephrase it.
Do you recall when it was that you moved there into Plant City, that Plant City Ranch home?
Around summertime.
Was there a specific reason why you had moved there in the summertime?
My mother-in-law needed help in the ranch and stuff.
Did your kids attend school starting in the fall in Plant City?
Yes.
Prior to moving in the summer of 2010, where did you live?
In Domino, in Ruskin, I'm sorry.
And was that on Domino Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that near Ocean Mist Court?
Yes.
Can you explain how close that is to Ocean Mist Court?
It's like a block away.
And did you grow up in that area?
Yes.
Did you know Sergio and Juan Guitron?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know them?
Juan was my brother's best friend, and they went to school together, and we grew up together in the old neighborhood.
And did you learn of the shooting on Thanksgiving Day in 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you living in Plant City at that time?
Yes.
Did you ever have the occasion to meet someone by the name of Michael Keetley?
Yes.
Did you know him, what he did, that he sold ice cream?
Yes.
Did you purchase ice cream from him?
Yes.
Did you purchase ice cream from him when you lived in Plant City or when you were over living on the Domino Drive?
On Domino Drive.
Do you see Michael Keetley here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please tell me what he's wearing?
It's a black sweater.
And what color shirt?
Light blue.
Please let the record reflect she has identified the defendant.
Record shall so reflect.
Do you know someone by the name of David Beckwith?
Yes.
And how is it that you know him?
He's my husband's best friend.
And did you ever see David Beckwith on the ice cream truck with the defendant?
One time, yes.
Is that when you were purchasing ice cream from the ice cream truck?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever come over to your home?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
One time in Domino and one time at my house in Plant City.
Okay. Did your husband, Wesley Smith, run his business out of your homes?
Yes.
Did he run his business out of your home when you lived on Domino Drive?
Yes.
And did he run his business, does he run his business out of your home in Plant City?
Yes.
Do you have family that lived on Domino Drive
Yes.
back in 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
So you said you had observed the defendant come to your home one time on Domino Drive and then one time when you were in Plant City?
That's correct.
Do you recall when it was when the defendant came to your home and when you lived in Plant City?
It was for my son's birthday party.
And do you recall how old your son was turning in 2010?
I can't recall right now.
Okay. What year was he born?
2002.
And when is his birthday?
November 10th.
And so the defendant was invited over to your home for that birthday celebration?
Yes.
Did you ever have an occasion to go over to the defendant's home?
Yes.
How many times did you go over to the defendant's home?
Just once.
Using your son's birthday as a reference point, do you know which exact date you went over to the defendant's home?
I'm not sure.
Do you know if you went over to the defendant's home before your son's birthday or after your son's
After
birthday?
my son's birthday.
After your son's birthday. Using now the Thanksgiving Day shooting of 2010, did you go over to the defendant's home before Thanksgiving of 2010 or
Yes,
after?
before.
So sometime between your son's birthday, November 10th, and the Thanksgiving Day shootings, you went over to the defendant's home?
That's correct.
And who did you go with over to the defendant's home that day?
With my husband, Wesley.
Was there anybody else that accompanied you that day?
No.
What was the purpose of going over to the defendant's home?
I'm going to go target shooting.
Are you into shooting guns?
No. No.
Why is it that you accompanied your husband that day?
Just because, just for the curiosity of going He just invited me and told me to come along, so I went.
Had you been over at his place of business? It was still back over on Domino Drive that day.
Yes.
Did you frequent work with him to be able to visit family
Yes.
after you had moved to Plant City?
Yes.
Are you familiar with guns?
No.
That day that you responded over to the defendant's home, can you describe where you drove to initially before going shooting?
Yes, we went through, well, we went through a long driveway through one gate and parked at the house. And then we proceeded to go through the second gate to go to the back.
Where did you initially come into contact with the defendant that day?
At the house.
Was it walking distance from the house to the shooting location?
Yeah.
Did you and Mr. Smith walk from the house over to the shooting location?
No, ma'am, we drove our pickup truck.
And what car did you have with you that day?
It was a blue pickup truck.
A blue pickup truck?
Yes.
And you stated that you had met the defendant at his home. Is that
Yes.
correct? Did he ride in the pickup truck with you to
No.
to the shooting location?
No, we offered, but no.
And so you said, was there a gate that had to be opened up to enter the property for the shooting location?
Yes, into the pasture.
And who did that?
Michael Keetley.
Did your husband bring guns with him that day to shoot?
Yes.
Did the defendant bring guns with him that day to shoot?
Yes.
When you were on the property for the shooting, was there something specific that was shot at that day or used as a target?
It's a white minivan.
And was that out there on the property?
Yes.
Do you recall, were there any other vehicles in that area at that time?
There was a purple van, but it was over by the house, the ice cream truck.
Was that the purple ice cream truck that
Yes.
you saw him drive when you would buy ice cream?
Yes.
Was there anybody else there to shoot other than you, Mr. Smith, and the defendant?
No.
And how is it that, did you end up shooting that day?
Yes.
Did Mr. Smith shoot that day?
Yes.
Did the defendant shoot that day?
Yes.
How is it that the three of you shot at this white minivan that day?
I mean, we just, we parked the truck facing the opposite way of the van and just took turns firing at the van.
Why is it that your blue truck was parked in the opposite direction of the minivan?
Because we used the bed as the, for all the laid out the guns and stuff.
So the bed of the truck had where the firearms were?
Yes, ma'am.
Were Mr. Smith's firearms there?
Yes.
And were the defendant's firearms there?
Yes.
Did you shoot any of the defendant's firearms that day?
No.
Do you recall what you did shoot that day?
It was the little guns, the 22.
A 22?
Yes.
And when you went up to shoot, what did you shoot at?
The minivan.
And was anybody else shooting when you shot?
No, we took turns.
Where were you at when Mr. Smith shot?
I was standing beside the truck on the driver's side of the truck.
And where were you at when the defendant shot?
In the same spot.
Why is it that you were standing back there?
Just for safety reasons, for the projectiles not hitting me like the bullet casings.
Did everybody shoot one at a time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see any animals on the property?
It was cattle, but it was far away on the other side of the pasture.
And was this in the daytime or in the nighttime?
Daytime.
Were you able to see the defendant hold the firearm?
No.
Where were you positioned when he was shooting?
I was in the driver's side rear tire area in the tailgate.
Was he in front of the bed of the truck? In front of the bed of Mr. Smith in your truck?
Yes, he was behind, a little distance away from it.
Were you able to see whether or not he held the gun with one hand or two hands?
I didn't see that. I just see him facing the direction of the van.
Would you hear the gunshot?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see his bullets hit any of the white minivan?
Yes.
Do you know how many different guns that were there that day?
No, I don't know.
Did you see the defendant shoot one gun or more than one gun?
I don't recall.
Do you recall what color the gun was that you saw the defendant shoot?
No.
Can you tell us the distance between the defendant's home and Ocean Miss Court?
I don't know, about 22 minutes or something. I'm not sure of the distance. No.
22 minutes. Is that if you were driving?
Yes.
From one of the residents to the other location?
Yes.
You had stated earlier that you stood back towards the driver's side rear tire because of the shell casings.
Mm-hmm.
Were those being ejected from the firearms when
Yes.
Mr. Smith shot or the defendant shot?
Yes.
At some point, did you pick up those shell casings?
Yes, when we were finished, I picked them up.
And how did you go about doing that?
I just grabbed them and put them in a bag.
What kind of bag did you put the shell casings in?
It was a Victoria's Secret bag. It was a big bag.
Where did you get that bag from?
Out of my pickup truck.
And why is it that you picked up the shell casings?
Just out of respect and clean up after yourself.
Okay. Publishing states 172, and there's a screen right to your left, Ms. Smith. Do you recognize that as being the Victoria's Secret bag that you put the shell casings in that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And Publishing states Exhibit 173. Do those appear to be the shell casings that you placed within that bag that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Going back for a moment, Mr. Smith, do you know what his phone number is?
Yes.
Does he have the same phone number today that he had back in 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is his phone number?
813-785-1269.
Publishing states Exhibit 97. Just simply looking at, for reference point, a call, an outgoing call to 813-785-1269. Is that your husband, Mr. Wesley Smith's
Yes, ma'am.
phone number? After you collected the shell casings and put them in the Victoria's Secret bag, what did you do with that bag?
I put it in a pickup truck.
And what did you do with them when you had arrived home with them?
We placed them in a container.
Can you describe this container?
Yes, it's a semi storage container.
Was this on your property?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it a large storage container
Yes.
that people sometimes use for moving?
Yes.
And was it you or someone else that placed those shell casings in the storage container?
It was my husband.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
At a later occasion, did you meet with someone who introduced themselves to you as Detective Lugo?
Yes.
And were you interviewed by him?
Yes.
And did you provide him with a statement?
Yes.
Where were you interviewed?
In the Plant City home.
Did you tell him about the shell casings?
Yes.
At some point, had law enforcement retrieved those shell casings from your storage container?
Yes.
Was Mr. Smith involved in that?
Yes.
Once those shell casings were taken out of your vehicle, or your and Mr. Smith's vehicle, and placed in that storage container, did you ever touch or manipulate that bag prior to law enforcement taking custody of those?
No.
Do you recall the exact date that law enforcement came to take custody of those?
No, I don't.
When you collected those shell casings at some point between November of 2010 and before Thanksgiving of 2010, did you have any idea that those shell casings may be helpful to law enforcement one day?
No, I had no clue.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
The state would pass the witness at this time, Judge.
Good morning, Ms. Smith. Good morning. Ms. Smith, you had lived on Domino Drive for quite some time before you finally moved over to the Turkey Creek address, right?
Yes.
You had been living with your husband and your family there on Domino Drive since late 1990s, right? Maybe
Yes.
98?
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you were the owner of that particular home?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
You owned that home even before you met Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in 2016, 6 years after this particular homicide, your husband still had his machine shop there on Domino Drive, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury when it was that that machine shop changed from the Domino Drive address to your Plant City address?
In 2016 and a little bit afterwards.
After 2016. Now, in that machine shop, your husband, Wesley Smith, would modify parts and manufacture parts, correct?
Yes.
It was a machine shop, right?
Yes. That's right.
And you didn't do much with actually doing the work. I believe it's my understanding that on occasion you would go over there to clean up, right?
Yes, and sometimes I would do some of the work, but I didn't really set up or do anything.
Now, at the time, in 2010, you had 2 boys, is that correct?
Yes.
And both of those were living with you there at that Domino address in 2010, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, David Beckwith was a friend of your husband's, his best friend, I think you said on direct
Yes.
examination, correct?
Yes.
And he was a friend of yours?
Yes.
And did you know that he was a 3-time convicted felon?
No idea. No.
Nobody had ever shared that with you. Certainly Mr. Beckwith had not shared that with you.
No.
You all would actually vacation together, correct?
One time.
And he would be at the Domino address quite often because he was your husband's best friend, right?
Yes.
And even when you moved over to Plant City, he would frequent Plant City pretty often as well, correct?
Yes.
Now, you don't own any guns, right?
No.
You're not a gun enthusiast, correct?
No.
In fact, you've indicated to the jury, I believe, on direct examination, that you don't even like to shoot guns, right?
No.
Now, your husband, on the other end, owns a lot of guns.
Yes.
And he's always owned a lot of guns, right?
Yes.
Even before you met him.
Yes.
But you don't know the kind of guns that he owns, is what you're telling this jury.
No.
You don't know the caliber of guns that he owns, correct?
No.
You don't even know how to reload a gun, correct?
No.
Now, you don't participate in the mounted shooting that takes place in Plant City, do you?
No, sir.
But you do know that they use revolvers, 45s over there, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you dealt with Mr. Keetley, when he visited your home on both of those times, he was a pleasant guy, right?
Yes.
But you noticed that there was something different about him, correct? You noticed that he had a disabled hand, right?
Well, I noticed he held it close to himself in his shirt, but
Well, did you notice that there was something wrong with his hand?
not
Something
necessarily.
physically wrong with his hand?
Not necessarily.
Page 24, February 22nd, 2016, starting on line 5. Remember being deposed in February of 2016, having a deposition taken of you,
Yes.
where there was I believe, a female lawyer that asked you a bunch of questions?
Yes.
Okay. Remember being placed under oath back then?
Yes.
Okay. Remember the following questions and answers. Question: did you ever notice those 2 times that he came over to talk to you and your husband about him, something that looked physically different, like there was something wrong with you know, and you answer, even without finishing that question, something with his hands. I'm not sure which one it was. Question: what did you notice? Answer: how he held it, and it was kind of odd. Question: when you say that, what did it make you think? Did it make you think that he was disabled? What did it make you think? Answer: yes. So when you looked at his hands, it was obvious to you when you looked at it that his hand was disabled, right?
Yes, but he held it in his shirt, kind of odd to me.
Now, you realize that there was gang tagging, or graffiti as some people call it, on Ocean Mist, correct?
I mean, yes.
And you certainly have never felt comfortable in allowing your sons to go to Ocean Mist, correct?
Not necessarily.
Page 27, same deposition. Lines 12 all the way through 23. Remember that deposition that was taken of you back in 2016?
Mm-hmm.
Remember the following questions and answers. Question: would you have felt comfortable with your stepsons, and that's what we're talking about, right? Your 2
One
boys?
stepson.
Yeah. Going over there and hanging out? Answer: no. Question: in Ocean Mist? Answer: no. Question: why? I just heard things about that area. Just keep away. Question: like what? Answer:
Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Now, you indicated to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you knew both of the Guitron brothers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you indicated, I think, that at least one of them had some relationship with your brother. Is that correct?
Yes, he was his best friend.
Okay. And did you know these Guitron brothers to be, I think your testimony is, members of a car club?
Yes.
What was the name of the car club?
It was Hoodridge.
What's that?
Hoodridge.
Hoodridge.
Yes.
What is Hoodridge?
It was just a car club. I mean, a bunch of people with their vehicles, and it was a social gathering, basically. And they traveled just.
What's Hoodridge?
Hoodridge.
What does it mean?
That was just a name for their vehicles. I mean, it was just a.
Hood Ridge, but does it have any significance?
No, I don't know what you're asking.
And what kind of cars did the Guitron brothers have that made this car club?
It was lowriders, custom cars. I mean,
Lowrider.
older vehicles. Yes,
What's a lowrider?
cars that are lowered and just prettied up, basically.
Was your brother part of that lowrider car club?
Yes.
And what kind of car did your brother have?
At the time, I think it was a Cadillac. I don't know what kind it was.
A lowrider Cadillac?
Yes. Or, correction, I think it was a Monte Carlo. It was in transition between those two. I'm not sure.
Okay. Now, you knew that the Guitron brothers would hang out there on Ocean Mist Drive, right?
Yes.
That was their hangout.
That's where they lived.
Now, you indicated that you went over to Mr. Keetley's parents' home on one occasion. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you indicated to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you had been at the Domino Drive address that day. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you left your home in Plant City and you went to the Domino Drive address that day, you didn't take any guns.
My husband did. I was with my husband.
Well, but you didn't take any
I
guns
did not.
yourself,
no.
correct?
Myself, no.
Okay. And you don't know what kind of guns he took?
No.
Do you know where those guns were when he allegedly took them to Domino Drive? Because he would have taken them first in the morning to Domino Drive, right?
They were in the pickup truck, in the
Where?
cab of the pickup truck.
Where?
In the cab, in the back seat.
In the back seat.
Yes, under the back
and
seat.
how were they packaged?
In cases.
In cases.
Yes.
And can you describe the size of the cases for me?
I mean, some are long, some are short. Not necessarily.
Okay. And so you're there at Domino, and late in the afternoon, at about 5:30, he tells you, "Hey, we're going to go target shooting."
Yeah.
And you all had just, or at least he had put in a long day that day, right?
Yes.
And you all had your kids back at the ranch, right?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
That's a 5-acre ranch, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you and your husband, your testimony is that you drove 22 minutes to go to Mr. Keetley's property, which is near the Manatee County line, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you get there, you drive down some long road. Is that correct?
Yes, a long driveway, yes.
And when you drive down that long road, there's a pasture to the left, right?
Yes.
When you get to the Keetley house, pasture to the left, right?
Yes.
Pasture to the right,
Correct.
and a pasture behind the house.
Yes.
Okay. And the pasture that you are telling these ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you participated in shooting at this van, you're telling them it was the pasture behind the house.
Yes.
And you're saying that behind the house where you were shooting, there was a big dirt barrier, correct?
Yes, a long barrier.
And when you got to that pasture behind the house, that's where you saw this white van
Correct.
sitting there.
Yes.
And you're telling this jury that there was nothing wrong with that van. That van was just upright, tires, windows, everything looked perfect, right?
Right. That's correct.
No bullet holes, no damage to that van according to your testimony.
That's right.
And so all three of y'all went to that back pasture, right?
Yes.
And again, you don't remember what guns were allegedly used on that day on that back pasture, correct?
I don't know what kind of guns, no.
And you told the jury that in direct examination that you never actually saw Mr. Keetley holding any weapon.
No.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you were, at the time, allegedly a few feet, you're saying, from Mr. Keetley.
I was quite a bit of ways. I mean,
Well, I want to hear what quite a bit of ways is.
it's like from here to you. I mean, from behind the,
Okay.
the truck. I was sitting by the
So
truck.
you were there,
Right.
and Mr. Keetley was here.
Right.
Okay. So would you say that that is probably 10, 11, 12 feet?
I'm not positive, but it's about that distance. A little bit
Okay.
further or closer, I'm not positive.
Okay. And your testimony as well is that you don't even recall whether your husband was shooting any of the firearms that allegedly Mr. Keetley brought to that location, right?
No.
In fact, you don't remember any particular weapon that allegedly Mr. Keetley brought to that back pasture, right?
No. Excuse me.
You need some water?
Yes, please.
Please. Do you want me to keep going?
Yes, keep going.
You're standing right beside that pickup truck, right?
Yes.
And you're telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you were there 30 to 45 minutes during this shooting episode.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And so then, well, let me ask you one more question. You never saw your husband helping Mr. Keetley do anything with the shooting, did you?
One second.
Sure. You never saw your husband doing any help or giving any help to Mr. Keetley in the shooting, correct?
Not positive, no.
And you never saw your husband help Mr. Keetley, period, while you were there allegedly at that location, correct?
He walked to him, but I don't know what they did. I mean, he was over there, but I don't know what exactly they did.
You don't know what they did.
No.
And you don't remember how many rounds were shot, correct?
No, I didn't count them.
And then, you know, for purposes of being courteous, you say to this jury that you picked up these shells.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. Because you didn't pick them up for reloading, because your testimony is that your husband does not reload 45 ACPs.
He doesn't load any live ammo like that, no.
But he does know how to load, doesn't he?
Powder, no, he does not.
Well, he knows how to load 45s, right?
I don't know.
Or you don't know?
No.
And so now you drive from from Mr. Keetley's home all the way back to Plant City.
That's correct.
Did you have any flashlights with you that day?
No.
Okay. Now, we talked a little bit about these shell casing being placed in a semi-container. Is that what it is, a semi-container?
Yeah, the
those,
storage container,
those
yes.
big containers that semis pull down the road,
Yes.
right? That's what it is, right?
Yes.
And there's a whole lot of stuff in that container, right?
Yes.
And what kind of stuff is in that container?
Machinery and metal and stuff that he uses.
And so you're saying that that bag with the shells went in there,
Yes.
and you're saying to this jury that it was your husband that put that bag in that container, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, your position, however, is that when Detective Lugo went to question you, it was you that gave Detective Lugo that bag.
It's been so long, I don't remember which one of us gave it to him.
No further questions.
No, Your Honor.
This witness be excused by the state
Yes, Your Honor.
and released by the state
Yes, Your Honor. I
and
apologize.
released by the defense.
No.
No, it was subject to recall?
Yes.
Ma'am, you may step down. You are subject to recall. You don't have to wait outside today. They'll call you and let you know if they intend to bring you back to testify again. But you may step down at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm not going to be able to go until the lunch break because you've been sitting for an hour and a half now, and that'll just be too long. So I know we took a short break before for the technical difficulties, but since you've been sitting for an hour and a half, we're going to take another short break, and then we'll come back, and then we'll go to approximately 12:30 for lunch. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case. And please avoid all reports of the case outside of the courtroom. All rise to the jury. Jury's exited. Everyone may be seated. We'll try to keep it to 20 minutes so we can keep moving, but I think we've gone through a bunch of witnesses.
We are, and I think that the state will be resting tomorrow morning.
Okay.
We may have to end a little early today. There's one or two witnesses that we didn't realize we had been going so slow before.
Right.
So I didn't think that our firearms person would be on until the afternoon. She's going to be here, so we'd be able to put her on next, but I think that's moving everything up. And then I think we have another victim that we're putting on this afternoon, and then maybe 2 or 3 tomorrow morning, but we should rest probably before the lunch hour tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good news. I think that I'm not sure exactly how long the defense believes their case is going to be. I know they have a couple of experts that we had agreed to take out of order, but does that not appear to be necessary anymore?
I think they took, because I had asked if they still needed someone on Monday, and they said that they did not need that they would present it later in the week.
Sorry to interrupt. We had Dr. Halpern moved to today.
Right.
But then Ms. Kahn, who's here, has been able to get him to Thursday.
Thursday at 1.
Thursday at 1. Any idea what you're going to be able to do between if they rest tomorrow before lunch? Are you ready to start after lunch? You have some witnesses?
Yes, we have one of our witnesses, Dicer, which is by video. That's about an hour.
Okay.
Or so.
You have anybody else to take up the rest? Because it sounds like we might start.
We're still thinking through who we're going to call. One of our witnesses, who's a lay witness, I think it was Wednesday or Thursday. So we're still deciding who we're going to call and how we can do
Okay,
that time.
I guess ultimately my question is, do you think that you might be in a position, and I know that there's always a possibility
Right.
of Mr. Keetley testifying or not testifying, which we'll deal with whenever you're ready for it. Usually it's after all of your other witnesses have testified. But do you think there's any chance that you all may be resting on Thursday, late Thursday, and we can do closings Friday morning and send the jury out?
That's our plan.
That is
Okay.
the plan.
All right. Well, that sounds good. I mean, and it looks like we might be able to accomplish that. So go ahead, take a break. As I said, we'll try to keep it to 20 minutes, but you know how they are with 20 minutes. But we'll get started again, and then the plan was to go up to 12:30. Does that work with your next witness?
She may take, it's the firearms person, so
Right.
they have to take a break. I
We
may
won't
be
finish her
able-
before lunch. We'll bring her
I
back.
don't think so.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm sure that the cross and everything. So, what would be most ideal, but not necessary, is if we get the direct done, break for lunch, and then come back with the cross. So I'm flexible, between the time of 12 and 12:30. I don't mind going up till 12:30. We're breaking earlier for lunch if you finish the cross.
I may get done
I mean,
with
the
the
direct.
but it's a lot, so I'm not
Yeah.
sure. But if,
And again,
if we
no
get
rush.
through
We can
12:30,
always
we
break.
can take a break.
Yeah,
Okay.
if you're not done with the direct by 12:30, I'm going to give them a break, even if you're not done.
That's fine.
All right.
And Judge, just for my cross, we're going to need to switch.
Not a problem. That's why I guess it would be most ideal if it's during the lunch break. But it's not a problem. We'll take another break. And you have approximately any idea how long your cross is going to take? I mean, days?
Not days.
Day?
But I think it's going to. I don't think it's going to be that long.
Okay.
So maybe an hour,
Okay.
maybe an hour and a half at
Excellent. Excellent. All right.
And then we have a victim after that. So
Excellent.
that may get us to
That may get us to 5-ish.
It
Yeah.
might. Okay.
They're ready to go to 5:30 if necessary. All right. Sounds good. Thank you all. You see this time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. The plan is, it is 11 o'clock or a few minutes after 11. The plan is to go up till but no later than 12:30 or a good breaking point with this next witness right before 12:30. Let me ask, though, before we get started, and the state does call their next witness, was anybody exposed to anything about this case during the break, or did anyone discuss anything about this case during the break by show of hands? Let the record reflect there are no hands. Again, thank you all very much. I will ask the state to please call their next witness.
State calls Jennifer Clark. Jennifer Clark.
Jennifer Clark.
You didn't know your wife was going to go on, right?
Miss Clark, good afternoon, morning, and welcome. If you'll face me and raise your right hand to be sworn. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, ma'am. If you'll follow the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go have a seat in that chair. That microphone in front of you is fully adjustable. You let me know when you're ready if you got stuff you need to unpack. No? Yes? You ready?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record.
Jennifer Clark, C-L-A-R-K.
How are you employed?
I'm employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement
How long have you been employed with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
for approximately 20 years.
Is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement also known as FDLE?
Yes.
What is your current position?
My current position is Assistant Forensic Quality Manager of the Comparison Disciplines.
Back in 2010, what was your position?
I was a crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section in the Tampa Bay Regional Operations Center.
How long back in November of 2010 had you been a crime lab analyst in the firearms section?
For approximately 4 years.
As a crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section, what were your duties and responsibilities at that time?
My primary duties were to determine whether fired bullets, cartridge cases, or other ammunition components were or were not fired from a particular firearm. Some of my other duties included examining submitted firearms for function and safety, as well as performing muzzle to target distance determination and serial number restorations.
Please tell the jury your background and training that you had and your education that you possessed in order to become a crime lab analyst in the firearms section with the FDLE.
I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry from the University of South Florida and a master's degree in forensic science from the University of Florida. I also completed an 18-month on-the-job structured training program that included studies in standard laboratory techniques, microscopy, firearms and ammunition recognition, firearms identification, as well as touring several firearms manufacturers and approximately 6 months of supervised casework.
In your position back in 2010 as a crime lab analyst in the firearms section, did you have to undergo continuing education?
Yes, on a regular basis I would attend training seminars or armors courses or other training classes that were available.
What is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is a form of performance monitoring in which FDLE will sorry, I lost the word I'm looking for. FDLE will have us take tests that will check our performance, make sure that we're doing our job properly. A proficiency test that is done on an annual basis in the firearms section is a microscopic comparison test, and this is given by an external company called CTS, which stands for Collaborative Testing Services, and they will send us a test that generally consists of either fired bullets or cartridge cases and ask us to determine whether they were fired in the same firearm or not. We will then send our results back to that test, and they will tell us whether the answer we got is correct or not.
This external agency, they know the answers to that test, is that correct? They are known to them whether or not it's projectiles or shell casings, which firearms have been able to fire those particular items that you are tested on. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that you are tested annually when you were a crime lab analyst in the firearms section. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you ever failed one of those proficiency tests?
No.
Now, have they tested you both on whether or not you can identify spent shell casings from known firearms?
Yes.
Have they also done proficiency testing in the area of whether or not you can identify projectiles, which projectiles have been fired from a known firearm?
Yes.
How often are you tested on both of those areas, at the same time or alternately?
There is not a set schedule, but in past history it is generally an alternate year for bullets versus cartridge cases.
Have you ever testified as an expert within the field of firearms identification in the state of Florida?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
Over 100 times.
Have you ever been denied the opportunity to provide expert testimony in this area, firearms identification?
No.
Is FDLE, is that an accredited lab?
Yes.
What does it mean to be an accredited lab?
Accreditation is when an external accrediting body will examine the laboratory to make sure that we're following proper procedures. FDLE is accredited by ANAB, which is the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board, and they ensure that we follow several layers of standards. The first layer are international standards for all clinical and testing laboratories. Another layer are more specific for forensic laboratories. And then the final layer they look at is to make sure that we're following our own policies and procedures properly.
Does FDLE have a standard operating procedure as well as guidelines when handling firearms and doing your analysis and comparison work?
Yes.
Did you follow that in this case?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what is a semi-automatic pistol?
A semi-automatic pistol is a handgun that requires a separate pull of the trigger for each shot fired, but with that pull of the trigger, it will complete all the other cycles of the firearm so that it is ready to fire for the next shot.
So the first, what is racking the slide?
Racking the slide is basically, the slide is the top portion of a handgun that moves backwards, and when you pull that back, if there is ammunition in the magazine in the firearm, it will load a cartridge into the firearm and cock it and make sure it is ready to fire.
And when we're talking about a semi-automatic firearm, a semi-automatic pistol, after you rack the slide and put a bullet in the chamber, do you then ever have to rack the slide again once you start firing the trigger?
Not if the firearm is functioning and there is ammunition in the magazine.
What if there is a jam?
If there is a jam, multiple things could happen, but you may need to pull the slide back again or remove the magazine.
When you're pulling the slide back of a semi-automatic pistol, does that make a sound when you are pulling the slide back?
In my experience, yes.
Is pulling the slide back, is that also referred to as racking the gun?
That is not a specific term, but yes, that is commonly referred to as that.
And after that initial pulling back of the slide in a semi-automatic pistol, is that then ready to be fired?
Yes, as long as there is ammunition properly loaded into it.
Is a Glock that shoots .45 caliber ammunition, is that considered a semi-automatic pistol?
Generally, yes.
Is it fair to say that a Glock that shoots .45 caliber bullets is lighter and smaller than a pump-action shotgun?
That is kind of relative, but generally, yes.
Generally speaking, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you describe the different components that make up a cartridge?
Yes. May I use a demonstrative aid?
Yes. Would that assist you in your testimony?
Yes. So this is a very exaggerated size portion of a unfired cartridge, a whole unit of ammunition. So it generally consists of 4 parts. You have the projectile, the bullet, which is the part that goes out of the barrel of the firearm when it is fired. You also have the cartridge case, which is this whole portion here, and it's kind of the holder that holds everything together. Inside the cartridge case, you're going to have the propellant, which is your gunpowder. And at the end, you're going to have a little circle cap, and it's called a primer cap. So what happens when a cartridge is fired, the firing pin from the firearm will strike the back of the primer, and there's chemicals inside of that which will cause a spark when they're compressed. That spark will then travel into the cartridge case and ignite the gunpowder within it, which causes rapidly expanding gases. Those gases are going to push in every direction, and it's going to push the barrel out. The bullet out of the barrel.
Okay. While you're holding that up, when a cartridge, after it's fired, what would be considered the spent cartridge casing, and what happens to that when the firearm is fired?
So this is the spent cartridge casing. So after it is fired and the bullet has gone through the barrel, the cartridge case will then generally get ejected out of the firearm.
And what part of the firearm is the cartridge casing being ejected out of?
It's called the ejection port, which in most semi-automatic pistols is a little hole in the top of the slide.
Okay. And would that be part of the frame of the firearm?
It's generally part of the slide, which is not considered the frame.
So the slide sits on top of the frame, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury where the barrel would sit in reference to the slide and the frame of the firearm?
So if you have your firearm, your slide's going to be on the top. If you're holding your grip, the barrel's going to be the one pointing out.
Thank you. Is that spent shell casing, is that also referred to as a fired cartridge?
A fired cartridge case. A cartridge is a whole unfired unit.
And the bullet, the portion that goes through the barrel, is that also referred to as a fired bullet or a projectile?
Yes.
When projectiles are fired out of the barrel of a firearm, can they fragment when they hit their targets?
Yes.
As part of your job as a crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section, did you compare spent shell casings from the same location and different locations in order to determine whether or not they've been fired in the same gun?
In this particular case?
Yes, ma'am.
May I refer to my notes?
Yes, if it helped refresh your recollection.
So based on the information that was provided to me on our case tracking form, yes, they were from different locations.
Please explain the underlying premise for comparing spent cartridges, the spent cartridge casings, to the other spent cartridge casings.
So the primary principle behind firearms identification is called the two-mark principle, and it states that a harder object will leave microscopic marks on a softer object. So in this case, a firearm is your harder object, and it's when the cartridges are fired through it, they're going to be your softer object, and anything that they come in contact with during the firing process is going to leave marks from the gun onto the cartridge cases and bullets. So I can compare like to like. So I can compare bullets to bullets, or I can compare cartridge cases to cartridge cases. And if I have a firearm to compare to, I will test fire that firearm to acquire samples of those bullets and cartridge cases to compare those like to like. I will look at the components under a comparison microscope, which is basically a microscope that allows me to look at two objects at the same time under the same field of magnification, so I can manipulate those two objects differently and compare them side by side. When I'm looking at two cartridge cases or bullets, I will first look for what we call class characteristics. And these are characteristics that are determined prior to the manufacture of the firearm. They help narrow down a group source. So generally the same make and model of a firearm are going to have the same class characteristics. So if we relate it to vehicles in a parking lot, you're going to have, if you're looking for your car that is a green Ford Explorer, there could be hundreds of green Ford Explorers in the parking lot that are going to have the same, what we call class characteristics. They're green, they're Ford, they're the same make and model, it has four doors, all those things that are exactly how it came from the manufacturer. There could be hundreds in the parking lot, but you know it's going to be different than a red Prius. You're going to be able to exclude all of those. So if I look at the class characteristics and they're the same, the next thing I will do is look for individual characteristics. And these are determined accidentally during the manufacturing process and also during the normal use and abuse of a firearm. And these are individual and unique to a particular firearm. So if we go back to our car analogy, you're looking for your green Ford Explorer. If you know that it has a crack in the windshield and a dent in the rear bumper and a scratch along the right side, and all these different imperfections and uniqueness to it, that's going to help you identify that particular car out of every other car in the parking lot. So come back to when I make my comparisons, I'm going to look at those two types of characteristics and determine if there's sufficient agreement within those patterns to determine whether they were fired from the same firearm or not.
And when you're looking at that, are you looking at that under a microscope?
Yes.
And are you able to take photographs of the side-by-side comparisons that you are looking at under your microscope?
I am, but I look at the entire three-dimensional surfaces of those bullets and cartridge cases, and I can only take pictures of a representative of what I see.
When you're looking at the spent cartridge casings, can you walk the jury through exactly how you analyze and examine them?
So I will first have my cartridge cases. I will look at them individually, write up a comprehensive worksheet on them to identify those class characteristics, make, model, caliber, what the size is, what types of metal that things are made out of, all those characteristics, complete on a worksheet. And then if I will compare the ones that have the same class characteristics under the comparison microscope to line them up and look for that pattern of those individual characteristics.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been already introduced into evidence, States Exhibit 7A, 8A, 13A, 17B, 21A, 21B, 38B, 40B, and 41A, already identified in court as the spent shell cartridge casings from the 604 Ocean Mist crime scene. Can you take a look at that? Does FDLE have a unique identifying number that is assigned to each case?
Yes, when it is submitted, it is given a unique FDLE case number, exhibit number for each package.
Can you look at, and do you, when you get the package and document what packages you receive, do you place your own markings as well as the FDLE number on the packages so you can later identify them in court?
Yes, I will place that unique FDLE case number, exhibit number, and my initials on the packaging.
Judge, we will stipulate to proper chain of custody.
Can you just review and make sure that your markings are on all of those packages that I've sent you?
Yes, they are.
And what was the unique FDLE number assigned to this particular case?
It is 201-003-08433.
Did you conduct a comparison or analysis on all of those spent cartridge casings in order to determine whether or not they were fired out of the same firearm?
I did.
And what was the result of your comparison?
That they were fired from the same firearm.
I'm also going to show you States Exhibit 19B, already previously identified in court as another spent shell casing with the S&B head stamp. Did you also take a look at that particular item?
Yes, I did.
And what was the result of your comparison and analysis?
That it was fired in the same firearm.
As all of the 9 other shell casings that were collected from 604 Ocean Miss Court?
Yes.
Now, when you first received these packages, are they all sealed with markings from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Law Enforcement Office?
Yes.
And do you document that and make sure that you keep track of all the items that you are testing?
Yes.
After you're done working on them, then do you reseal them and then initial the portions that you have resealed?
Yes.
So the examination, is that these spent shell casings, is that what you did with them, what you just previously testified to, looking at all of them side by side under your comparison microscope?
Yes.
And when you were looking under them, what were you looking for?
I was looking for the correspondence between those class and individual characteristics.
Did you determine whether or not they all had class characteristics?
Yes, I did.
And what were those?
They were all similar.
Were they all .45 caliber?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury the source of the firearm that leaves markings on those spent shell cartridge cases?
In my experience, from my experience as an examiner, Glock manufactured firearms leave similar markings as what I found on these cartridge casings.
Okay. And can you tell the jury or describe for the jury what type of markings are specific to Glock or consistent with the Glock manufacturer?
Sure. It's mostly the shape of the firing pin impression and the firing pin aperture shear, or firing pin aperture. So if I go back to my demonstrative, the firing pin is what strikes the back of the cartridge, and those can have different shapes. With Glock, they are an elliptical shape, which is kind of an oval shape. And then there is also what we call a firing pin aperture, and that is actually the hole in the back of the firearm through which the firing pin protrudes, and that is on Glocks it's a rectangular shape, which is unusual, and those combinations are specific to Glock.
And what is causing that on the back of the cartridge case? What part of the firearm is causing that?
It's called the breech face. It's the part of the firearm that the back of the cartridge case presses up against when it's being fired.
And so that shape, as well as the elliptical shape that is found on the spent cartridge casing, that elliptical shape that you've described, that has been seen consistently with Glock manufactured firearms. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are there other firearms that share that shape?
In my experience, in a .45 caliber, no, I have not seen any that look similar to these.
Now, in your file, do you take and store photographs of areas of similarity that you may find on two casings that you are comparing?
Yes.
Do you photograph and keep in your file all areas of association or identification between different fired cartridge cases?
No, again, I look at the entire cartridge case and I take a picture of representative samples.
I'm going to show you Judge, at this time we had introduced into evidence State's Exhibit 8B.
It'll be admitted.
I'm going to show you what's been marked or introduced into evidence 8B, which shows page 60 and 63 of your bench notes. Do you recognize this exhibit as a true and accurate photograph that you took on that comparison microscope? And I can bring, you know what, let me bring it up to you because I know that there are markings on it. You're right, I want to see.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to step down. Can you explain to the jury what exactly they're looking at in State's Exhibit 8B?
There's a yardstick there that we use as a pointer also.
Oh, okay.
Use it.
Thank you. So this is a rather poor visual of what I can actually see through a microscope.
And just so the jury knows that this is this reflecting State's Exhibit 7A and 8A, which you reflect as 29.1 and 29.2 for your purposes?
Can you push it up a little bit?
Yes, ma'am.
See at the bottom. Yes. So this is actually two different cartridge cases that I'm seeing through the microscope. So this is cartridge case A and this is cartridge case B. And this hairline through the middle is the split between them. And so I can line them up under my microscope to look for those correspondence of striations or shapes, depending on what areas I'm looking at. And so this correspondence is the area that I made my identification on.
Okay. And so that line that's down the middle, that separates each exhibit, is that correct? Each spent shell casing?
Yes.
And so the lines that are going horizontally, that shows how they match up, is that correct?
Yes. So like these lines here that show correspondence are what I was looking at specifically.
Did you take other photographs that show correspondence and record and document that as a part of your file?
I did for all the cartridge cases. I don't know how many I took for each one.
Okay. So there are other photographs that you used as part of your examination and record keeping in this particular case of the spent shell casings. Is that correct?
Yes.
This is just one sample that has to do with State's Exhibit 7A and 8A. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You can go ahead and have a seat. I'm going to show you 171A, previously identified as the spent shell casing from the Keetley property collected by Nancy Hager.
already in evidence. Is this another spent cartridge casing that you identified, I'm sorry, that you examined and received in this case? Yes, it is. Did you also compare that spent shell cartridge casing to all of the previous spent shell cartridge casings from 604 Ocean Mist that you just testified to?
Yes.
And did you have an opinion as to whether or not that shell casing in 171A was also, what did you have an opinion as, what was your opinion with regards to that, comparing it to all of the other spent shell casings from 604 Ocean Mist?
That they were fired in the same firearm.
Did you do that same examination that you just testified to, looking at it for agreement under the comparison microscope?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 172B, previously identified in court as 18 45 shell cartridge casings from the Keetley property collected by Wesley and Carmen Smith. Did you receive those spent shell cartridge casings?
Yes, I did.
And did you conduct the same type of examination with those 18 cartridge casings that you did with the prior 10 from the crime scene as well as the one from the Keetley property?
Yes.
What was what is your opinion regarding those 18 spent shell cartridge casings?
That they were fired in the same firearm as the previous cartridge casings.
During the course of working on this case, did you also receive 2 Taurus semi-automatic firearms that shoot 45 caliber ammunition?
Yes.
Do you document the serial number for both of those firearms when you receive them?
Yes.
Can you tell us the serial numbers of the 2 Taurus 45s that you received in this case?
One of them was NBM 48622. The other one was NC221132.
Do you test fire those semi-automatic firearms in your lab in order to get spent shell cartridge casings that you can then compare to the ones that were collected in this case?
Yes.
Did you do this in this case?
Yes.
For both of those firearms?
Yes.
What was the result of your comparison to the test fires from both Taurus 45 firearms to the all of the spent shell casings that were recovered from 604 Ocean Mist Court?
That the cartridge cases were not fired in either of those firearms.
With regards to the 10 spent shell casings collected from the crime scene 604 Ocean Mist Court, based on your examination, experience, and research, and the class characteristics, did you arrive as an opinion as to whether or not they displayed class characteristics that were consistent with spent cartridge cases that were fired out of a gun manufactured by a specific company?
They were consistent. They displayed characteristics consistent with having been fired in a Glock firearm.
Is that also true from the 2 spent shell casings that you received that were recovered from the Keetley property, as well as the 18 that were collected by Wesley and Carmen Smith?
All of the cartridge cases I received were.
When did you do your initial report with respect to the manufacturers for the 45 spent shell casings that you looked at in this case?
My original report was authored on December 20th, 2010.
When you initially did that report, did you include any other manufacturers that may have fired those spent that displayed class characteristics consistent with the ones that were collected from the crime scene as well as from the Keetley property?
Yes, I did.
What other manufacturer did you include at that time?
I also included Smith & Wesson Sigma firearms.
Since that initial report, have you then amended your report with regards to the Smith & Wesson Sigma?
Yes, I have.
And when did you amend that report?
I amended it on February 15th, 2023.
And was that based on material that was provided to you by the defense attorney in this case?
Yes.
Why did you originally include the Smith & Wesson Sigma series as a potential manufacturer that could not be eliminated in this case?
Because both Glock and Smith & Wesson Sigma series pistols both display those class characteristics. However, I forgot that Smith & Wesson Sigmas did not come in .45 caliber.
But your opinion as to Glock being the manufacturer that had the consistent, displayed the similar class characteristic, that elliptical shape, that is still true and accurate, is that correct?
Yes, that is my experience. However, I have not seen every firearm in the world, so it's not an all-exclusive list, but from my experience, that is what I've seen show those class characteristics.
So when you say that, what you're saying is there may be some other firearm that may potentially leave that shape, is that correct?
Potentially, yes.
Now I want to talk to you about projectiles. We've been talking about the spent shell casings. Let's talk about the projectiles. What is the underlying premise for comparing a fired bullet to another fired bullet in order to make the determination whether or not they were fired in the same or different gun?
It's the same process as for the cartridge cases. I will look at the bullets to each other, look for those class characteristics, and if they're in agreement, I will look for those individual characteristics.
With regard to projectiles or fired bullets, is there a database that logs or catalogs similar class characteristics in order to determine potential manufacturers of what bullet was fired through a barrel?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you States Exhibit 15A, 24A, 29A, 35B, and 50B. Items previously identified as projectiles recovered from 604 Ocean Mist. Can you take a look at all of those items? Did you receive all of those projectiles and conduct an examination and comparison of them?
Yes, I did.
And you said that it's the same, is it the same tool mark principle that you have previously described when you were looking at spent shell casings?
Yes.
Now, you had previously testified that you were looking at the casing as well as the mark made by the firing pin of the gun when you're looking at the spent shell casings, is that correct?
Yes.
With regards to the projectile, what is leaving marks on the projectile?
So as the projectile travels through the barrel of the firearm, there is grooves cut in a spiral groove inside of the barrel called rifling. And those rifling is what grips the projectile and causes it to spin, but it also leaves any individual marks from the barrel onto the bullet.
Well, are you also looking for class characteristics as well as individual characteristics when looking at spent bullets or projectiles?
Yes.
Did you do that in this particular case? All those spent projectiles that I just handed you, did you compare each one of those individually to one another?
Yes.
What was the result of your analysis and examination of all those spent projectiles from 604 Ocean Mist?
That they were fired from the same firearm.
Now I'm going to show you and hand you 162B, 163C, and 156A projectiles that were recovered from a van from the Keetley property. Please take a look at all of those. Ms. Clark, did you conduct an examination on all of those projectiles that we've just mentioned?
Yes, I did.
And do some of those packages have more than one projectile in them?
Yes, they do.
What was the result of comparing all three of those exhibits or those projectiles that are contained in those three packages, whether or not they were fired in the same firearm?
Sorry, the numbers are long and confusing, so I want to make sure I have the right numbers.
That's okay. And if you can, for the record, you can say how many projectiles were in 162B?
B was 2 fired projectiles, and 1 fired projectile fragment.
I'm talking about the 2 fired projectiles. And then in 163C, can you tell us what was contained in that package?
It contained 4 fired bullets, another fired bullet, and 2 fired bullet fragments.
And then 156A, did that also have a fired bullet, a projectile?
Yes, a fired bullet.
And did you compare, when not the fragments, when I'm talking about the fired projectiles, did you compare all of the fired projectiles from those 3 packages?
Yes, I did.
What was your opinion as to whether or not they were or were not fired in the same firearm?
So, seven of them were fired in the same firearm.
And then did you also compare them to the 5 projectiles that were recovered from the 604 Ocean Mist quartz?
Can you tell me which projectiles those were?
Yes, ma'am. 15A, 24A, 29A, 35B, and 50B.
There were 5 projectiles there that they were fired. They were fired in the same firearm.
Right. The 5 at the Ocean Mist Court, correct?
Yes.
And the ones that you have just testified from the 3 packages from the van door on the Keetley property, did you compare those to the 5 from Ocean Mist Court?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
Yes. You just testified that the 3 packages that I just handed you, which were 162B, 163C, and 156A, that they were all fired from the same firearm. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you then also compare them to the 5 projectiles from Ocean Mist Court, 15A, 24A, 29A, 35B, and 50B, to determine whether or not those were all fired from the same firearm?
Yes, I did.
And what was your determination?
That they were all fired from the same firearm.
Now I'm also going to show you some additional projectiles that were recovered from the vans from the Keetley property, 159A and 161B. You can take a look at that and tell us how many projectiles are in each one of these, 159A and 161B. Oops.
So 159A contained 1 fired bullet, 1 metal piece of unknown origin, and 5 fragments.
And then the next exhibit.
Contains 1 fired bullet.
Okay. Did you compare both of those exhibits together and determine from the fired bullets whether or not they were fired in the same firearm?
Yes, I did.
Then did you take those 2 projectiles, I'm sorry, one of them had how many projectiles in them? 150.
One fired bullet and then fragments.
Okay. So there were just 2 projectiles in those last 2 packages, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you compare them together to see whether or not they had been fired in the same firearm?
Yes, I did.
And what was the results of that analysis?
They were fired from the same firearm as each other. They were fired in a different firearm as the original bullets, the first group of bullets.
Okay. So they were that's a different firearm than all of the other projectiles you just testified to, is that correct?
Yes.
Including from the crime scene at 604 Ocean Mist.
Correct.
Based on your examination, research, and experience, were you able to determine the types of manufacturers of firearms that would leave the class characteristics on the projectiles, the ones from 604 Ocean Mist? So going back to the original 5 that you testified to, 15A, 24A, 29A, 35B, and 50B.
Yes, I placed those class characteristics into the database and received a group of potential firearms manufacturers.
Did it include more than one manufacturer?
Yes.
Was Glock one of the manufacturers that could potentially have been a firearm that projected those projectiles out of a barrel?
No, it was not on the list.
What in the field of firearms is meant by the term aftermarket?
Aftermarket generally means a part that is designed for a particular firearm but is not made by that firearm's manufacturer.
And in your experience and research as a firearms examiner, have you seen a Glock 45 caliber semi-automatic firearm that has an aftermarket replacement barrel on it?
I have seen Glock firearms with aftermarket barrels, yes.
The spent shell casings from the crime scene you have determined have class characteristics consistent with being fired out of a Glock firearm. Is that correct?
Correct.
Again, where did the spent shell casings come out of? What part of the gun does the spent shell casing that housed that projectile come out of?
Generally from a pistol, they are ejected out of the top of the slide.
So hypothetically speaking, if a Glock firearm, the frame of a Glock that shoots 45 had an aftermarket barrel from another gun manufacturer on it, that would not affect the class characteristics displayed on the spent cartridge casings that are ejected out of it. Is that correct?
Yes.
You would still expect to see that same class characteristic, that elliptical shape on spent casings with a Glock.
I'm going to object. I've been misleading.
So, yeah, and generally when you follow by "is that correct," it is definitely leading. So rephrase.
If a Glock firearm had an aftermarket barrel, what would you expect to see with reference to spent shell casings if a firearm like that fired a 45 caliber projectile?
An aftermarket barrel would not affect the class characteristics found on the cartridge cases.
Hypothetically speaking, if we had that same Glock 45 firearm that had an aftermarket barrel of another manufacturer, what would you expect to see from the spent projectiles, the fired bullets?
They would have the class characteristics of that aftermarket barrel.
In the course of your experience as a firearms examiner, have you actually had to disassemble or take apart a 45 Glock semi-automatic?
Yes.
How do you do that?
There's a little spring actuated button on the slide area. You pull that down and you can pull the slide kind of off its rails and pull that slide away from the frame. And then once you have the slide, you can take out a spring and then you can take out the barrel.
Does it take any special equipment to do that?
No.
When you do that, do you have to wear gloves?
No.
Going back to, I apologize, I forgot to show you this when we were talking about the spent projectiles. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 35C.
Was that previously admitted, or you're seeking to admit it now?
Now, Judge, we had already introduced 8B. We're now introducing State Exhibit 35C.
And no objection?
No objection.
35C will be admitted.
And what was the last one? C what?
The last one that we did before was 8B,
I
and
got
then
8B.
this is 35C.
35C.
35C. I'm going to ask you to take a look at 35C, which was taken from page 27 of 63 of your bench notes. That is reflected of States 35B and 163C. 35B from the crime scene, a projectile from the crime scene, and 163 see from the van. I'm going to ask you to take a look again. You have your own exhibit numbers, is that correct?
Yes.
And this reflects 2 projectiles, is that correct?
Correct.
Can I ask you to take a step down to the monitor and tell the jury what we're looking at in States Exhibit 35C? And we'll go there. I know there's 2 photos. We'll start at the top of States 35C.
So again, this is going to be 2 different example, 2 different bullets with the hairline down the middle showing the difference. And this area in the white box is the area that I was focused on. And again, the quality of the photograph is not nearly as well as what I can see through the microscope, even though this is magnified. But you can kind of see some of the striations that are lining up there. And again, I look at the entire area of the bullet and just take a representative photograph of a good area.
Okay. And then I'm going to go to the bottom, same exhibit, but the bottom. And let me put it up so you can see your reference numbers.
So this is the same area, the same 2 bullets, but it's just a different portion of it. So the other white box would have been up here. This is down lower so that it's more in focus, so you can see more of the correspondence.
Did you take other photographs and document as part of your file other projectiles when you were doing the comparisons?
Yes.
This is just an example of one of them, is that correct?
Correct.
I want to go back, we were talking about projectiles, I want to go back to the spent shell casings that you took a look at in this case. Were all of those spent shell casings 45 caliber?
Yes.
To your knowledge, based on your training and experience, does Glock manufacture a Glock pump-action shotgun?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you aware of any firearms on the market that are long guns that are pump-action and shoot 45 caliber projectiles?
I cannot name any specifically, no.
In your experience, training, education, and research as a firearms examiner, are you aware of any shoulder stocks or modification or attachments that can increase the length of a firearm or pistol?
Yes.
Do these attachments change the appearance and length of the pistol?
If it was an attachment to the back of it to add potential shoulder stock, yes, it would.
And what is the function of an attachment like a shoulder stock?
One potential function would be to give it more stability or a different grip.
When you are holding a pistol without a shoulder stock, what is a kickback? Can you explain that to the jury?
Also known as recoil. So when the firearm fires, those rapidly expanding gases are going to give a pretty good kickback, make the firearm jump back and push back.
I want to ask you about some of the different terminology used in the field of firearms identification. When you testified that the fired cartridge cases from the crime scene and one recovered from the Keetley property and 18 which were collected by Wesley and Carmen Smith from the Keetley property were all fired in the same gun, is that term to mean an identification?
Yes.
What does identification mean in the field of firearms?
It means that all the class characteristics were similar and there was sufficient agreement of the individual characteristics that I would determine they were fired from the same firearm.
All of the opinions that you have given here today, are they in a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
This time we pass the witness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is noon, so rather than start the clock down, we're going to go ahead and do our lunch break. I'm going to give you an hour and 10 minutes today, so that'll be 1:10. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please not do the research related to the case, and please avoid all reports of the case outside of the courtroom. Please have a nice lunch, and we'll see you back at 1:10. All rise for the jury. Jury has exited. Everyone may be seated. You may step down and enjoy the lunch.
Manufacturer, but not to the exclusion of any other manufacturer of a firearm, correct?
Correct. Without the particular firearm to compare them to, I cannot say specifically what manufacturer they would have been from.
So in simple terms is that, hey, you can say that they are consistent with one manufacturer, that being Glock, but not to the exclusion of any other firearm from any other manufacturer, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the reason that you say that is because you are looking at the firing pin impression. Do you have that cute little bullet that you have right over there?
Yes.
What you're telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury is that you're looking at the firing pin impression on the back of that bullet.
Amongst other of the class characteristics, yes, that is
Okay.
one of them.
But that's one of the things that you're looking at, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you're looking for that because you want to see whether a particular manufacturer would leave on their firearms, would leave that same or similar, because you use the word similar, right? Impression.
Yes.
That's the word that you like to use, is similar, right?
I'm sorry, in reference exactly how.
Yeah, in direct examination you kept referring to that it was similar.
The class characteristics were similar, yes.
Okay. And so, back in 2010, however, you not only indicated that it was consistent with a Glock firearm, meaning this impression back here, but back in 2010 in your report, as well as in numerous depositions, right, you indicated that it could also be consistent with a Smith & Wesson Sigma Series 45 caliber semi-automatic firearm.
I did, yes.
And it was not until just a few weeks ago that you and I spoke on the phone, and I gave you a letter from the Smith & Wesson Sigma Series manufacturer that indicated that Smith & Wesson Sigma Series had never manufactured a 45 caliber semi-automatic that would have left that impression, right?
Yes.
And after reviewing that, you called me back and you said, yeah, Rick, you're right. I screwed up.
Actually, I believe I said it at the moment that you first told me, because I did know that information, yes.
Well, if you knew that information, you certainly didn't tell any of the lawyers when you were deposed and sworn under oath when you told them exactly that, right? You told them that the Sigma Series was one that would be consistent, right?
I did. I was mistaken on the caliber.
And you also did it at a hearing in front of this very judge in 2020, correct?
I do not recall.
And so, Ms. Clark, you are a forensic expert, correct?
I'm a firearms examiner, yes.
That's a forensic field, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me that forensic analysis of evidence is very dangerous to our administration of justice when we make errors.
Yes.
Especially since it's taken you 12 years to discover that error. Correct?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
It's taken you 12 years to discover that error.
Yes, it was.
And you would have never discovered it unless I had called you.
I have not reviewed this file in 12 years. That's why. Well, yes.
Now, your answers concerning the shell casings that were recovered from the Wesley Smith group, as well as any recovered from the Keetley property, would be the same. Hey, I think it could be consistent with a Glock, but could be consistent with other firearms that you may not be aware of.
Correct.
And so, let's take a look at projectiles before we go on much further. You examined a total of 12 .45 caliber projectiles, 5 coming from the crime scene, 7 coming from the Keetley property vehicle, the minivan. Am I correct?
I examined 12 bullets in the first submission. Yes, I'm sorry, 12 in the first submission.
And 5 of them were from the crime scene, and 7 coming from, purportedly, the Keetley property, the van.
Yes.
Okay, and then you said in examining those particular projectiles, because that's what they were, right?
Yes.
In examining those projectiles, you found that they had 6 land and grooves with a left twist.
Correct.
Let me see if I have. There you go. Now, let's talk a little bit about the cartridge case and the projectile, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And this projectile is going to go through a barrel, and it's going to exit a firearm, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And assuming that this would be a barrel, let's just use that as a barrel. Okay, can we do that?
Yes.
Okay. You're telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that there are certain lands and grooves that are within that barrel.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And as the projectile is going through that barrel, it's spinning because of those lands and grooves, correct?
Yes.
And then it's making a marking on the projectile.
Yes.
Is
What you're showing is what a fired bullet, an example of what a fired bullet would look like. And before it's been fired and left that cartridge case, it would be smooth all the way around.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about this. Now, you indicated that because those particular 12 projectiles that we were just talking about had 6 lands and grooves with a left twist. What do you call that? Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you call that. Is that a class characteristic?
Yes.
Okay. And so that is a characteristic that before they manufacture that particular firearm, the engineers and what have you make sure that that firearm has those characteristics once it's in production, correct?
Yes, it is designed that way.
And that's why it's called a class characteristic, right?
Correct.
And there are other class characteristics for firearms as well, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now let's talk about that one. Because you said you were looking for those lands and grooves because you wanted to determine what are the firearms that would display those same, or should I say similar, lands and grooves, correct?
When I'm comparing them to each other, I look at those class characteristics to each other to determine that they're the same.
Because you want to say, okay, let me see what other manufacturers have produced class characteristics for their firearms, right? That would coincide with those 6 lands and grooves left twist.
That is not part of my initial microscopic comparison.
We're not at the microscopic comparison just yet. I'm just going with a statement that you said, hey, that was consistent. Those particular fired projectiles had class characteristics that were consistent with, you named a bunch of manufacturers during your initial testimony here, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about that. I think you mentioned, and correct me, you've got your report there in front of you. You
Yes.
can always refresh your recollection if you need to. You indicated that the manufacturer called Auto Ordnance was one of them that had that same class characteristic, right?
Yes.
There's one that's called IMI,
yes.
IMI, Kimber,
Correct.
Sig Arms,
Yes.
Springfield,
Yes.
among others.
Correct.
So there's others.
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how many others there are? 27 sound right?
I would have to count how many are in my results, and some are multiple, so I cannot.
Even when you look at your results, because you put it up in a computer, right?
Correct.
Okay, you plug in those class characteristics in a computer and it spits out a bunch of manufacturers, correct?
Yes.
And even that list is not necessarily all-inclusive, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if we have 27 that you've identified in this process that you used, 27, tell me how many of those you actually examined and researched in order to determine whether those barrels, because it's the barrels that actually cause the class characteristics, right?
Correct, on the bullet.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how many of those barrels you examined that would have fit a Glock semi-automatic 45?
None.
And you would agree that none of those manufacturers would have manufactured a barrel that would fit a Glock, right?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Because those manufacturers manufacture their own guns. They do not manufacture barrels for other people's guns, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
And so when you put in your report that all of these manufacturers had weapons that had a class characteristic that was similar to what you had seen on these 12 bullets, you weren't necessarily telling us that they were the ones that manufactured an aftermarket barrel as the prosecution has suggested, correct?
Correct. They are just with similar class characteristics.
So I'd like you to tell me how many manufacturers of aftermarket barrels you researched that would have fit a Glock.
I cannot say how many.
Did you research any of them?
I have not researched any. I have received some in the laboratory, but I do not know their manufacturer of those aftermarket barrels.
Have you received in your laboratory an aftermarket Glock barrel for a 45?
Yes.
Okay. So, you know that they exist out there.
Yes.
Okay. Well, tell me what research you've done to determine whether any aftermarket barrel has 6 lands and grooves with a left twist.
I do not know.
Because you didn't do the research.
No.
So you can't tell this jury that there's not a single one aftermarket barrel that has 6 lands and grooves with a left twist because you did no research.
I did not know, no.
Now, Springfield is a manufacturer that has a barrel with class characteristics of 6 lands and grooves with a left twist. And they have an elliptical firing pin impression. That's what they call their impression, elliptical, correct?
Correct.
Glock calls their firing pin impression elliptical as well.
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
And elliptical means that it's kind of or similar to oval shape.
Yes.
But you don't know whether or not Springfield had come out with their .45 semi-automatic firearm in 2010.
I was not aware of it in 2010. Also, it's not just the elliptical firing pin. It was also the firing pin aperture shear, and the firing pin aperture shear on the Springfield looks different than the Glock.
We're going to talk about aperture shear in just a few seconds, but you're not even aware from any research that you have done whether or not the Springfield semi-automatic .45 with an elliptical firing pin was available before November 25th of 2010.
No, that is not part of my normal research.
You could have researched it.
If I needed to, yes.
You know how to research that, right?
Yes.
Okay. You have all sorts of resources to allow you to research, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you have any conversations with Detective Lugo concerning the submissions that went to your office?
I documented that I spoke with Detective Lugo on December 20th of 2010.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Did he tell you that there was...
Objection, Your Honor, as to hearsay.
Need approach.
Ms. Clark, hypothetically, were you told that...
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase.
Ms. Clark, hypothetically, you realize that individuals can modify guns, right?
Yes.
And you realize that individuals can manufacture and remanufacture firing pins.
Correct.
You're familiar with machinists, right?
Yes.
And you're familiar with gunsmiths, right?
Yes.
And you are aware that sometimes machinists will work on very minute, small objects and replicate them.
Correct.
And when they're given a particular object to replicate, they've got to replicate it to exact measurements, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
And sometimes microscopic exact measurements, correct?
I don't know about that.
And so did you take into account in this particular case whether this particular firing pin that would have left the impression that you're saying is similar to a Glock was manufactured by someone and that the gun that was used in this homicide was somehow modified? Did you take that into consideration?
No, it would also have to fit in a particular firearm
Of course, it would have to fit in order for it to work, right?
Correct.
And that's what machinists do. They make parts to fit so it works, right?
Potentially.
Okay. Well, did Detective Lugo, did you and Detective Lugo discuss that particular possibility?
Your Honor, as to your say.
Sustained as to conversation between her and Lugo. Rephrase.
Did you ever consider that in your examination? Did you ever consider that and say, hey, Detective Lugo, let me present to you my opinions concerning the modification of firing pins?
No, because I need a specific firearm in order to do a microscopic comparison.
Okay. You are well aware that the machinist can not only manufacture and replicate a firing pin, but other items, other components of a firearm, correct?
Yes.
Now, let's talk a little bit about your standard protocol and procedure that you use to identify whether one object is comparable to the other, as you've done in this case, correct?
Okay.
And you've given an opinion. And so you have examined many weapons, correct?
Yes.
You've examined many spent bullets.
Yes.
You've examined many cartridge cases.
Yes.
And you have, through your microscope, and by the way, what type of microscope do you use?
It's a comparison microscope.
Is it a 3D?
It is, I believe it's two-dimensional.
Two-dimensional. You know, well, that in today's forensic world, 3D microscopes are the go-to, right? That's what people in your line of work use, 3D microscopes.
They are beginning to use them. They are not common yet.
Can you tell this jury when you think the 3D microscope is beginning to be used?
I'm not sure I understand which
Well, you're saying that they're beginning to be used. I want to know when you think that 3D microscopes were beginning to be used.
Are you referring to a 3D
Like a date.
virtual microscope? I do not have a date.
Tell the jury the advantages of having a 3D microscope.
I may have misspoken. I do not know if my microscope is 2D or 3D. I can manipulate it and move it so I can see all the different areas of it, of a component. And I can see like the depths and the different widths and striations of those striations.
Do you not know the difference between a 2D and a 3D microscope?
Yes.
You don't?
Yes, I understand.
Okay, well, that's what I want you to tell the jury. Tell the jury what the difference is between a 2D and a 3D microscope in the forensic world of ballistics.
Two-dimensional means you can see only a flat surface, whereas three-dimensional means you can see depth.
Now, these microscopes, these 3D microscopes, also have the ability to zoom in at different powers, correct?
Yes.
And that's very valuable in your line of work, correct?
Yes.
They can also take incredible photographs of what you're seeing with your eye, these 3D microscopes.
A virtual microscope, a 3D virtual microscope can, yes.
Those are really good tools, right?
Yes.
Because they eliminate some of the questions that you may have on a particular forensic analysis, correct? They give you a better quality of view and capturing that view, for example, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Correct?
I do not know. I've not used a virtual microscope.
Okay. Now, there is this protocol that you use. You've done all these analyses, you said many times in your laboratory, right, of casings, spent casing, cartridges. spent bullets, correct? And you're looking at patterns, right?
Correct.
And you're looking at patterns that these firearms are making both on the cartridge case as well as on the spent projectile, correct?
Separately, yes.
Yeah, separately. But you're cataloging that in your mind, right?
I have through my training experience, yes.
I mean, you don't have a bunch of flashcards where you use to see, okay, that one looks like that one looks, it's here, right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's based upon your training, that's based upon your experience. And so you have this catalog in your mind of these patterns of, some of them are called, I like to call them scratches, but they're striations, right?
Yes.
And there's a short word for that I can never get. A stri, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that what you call it, a stri?
I call them striations.
You call them, great, striations. And striations are like lineal type of marks that you can then use for your comparisons, correct?
Yes.
And that is depending upon whether it's a striation on a shell casing, right?
Yes.
Or whether it's a striation on the bullet itself.
Yes, there are other marks that other than striations, but yes.
Okay. And so you're looking for consistency, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to having this catalog in your brain of those striations that you know were fired from casings and bullets fired from a particular gun, right? You cataloged those.
Yes.
You have also cataloged in your mind when there is no correspondence in the pattern, right?
Yes.
And so you're trying to figure out, when you're doing these analyses and giving an opinion, is whether there is correspondence, alignment, right?
Yes.
Those are some of the words you use, correct?
Correct.
Corresponding, alignment. And you always see differences, right?
Yes.
I mean, differences are there, whether it's on the shell casings, whether it's on the projectiles. There are differences in the striations that you see on both of those items, correct?
Correct.
A lot of differences.
There can be, yes.
And so now you have to try to determine whether those differences are because a different firearm may have been used to expel those particular items, right?
Yes.
Or whether there's some other reason for it. Correct?
Correct.
The standard that the Florida Department of Law Enforcement uses to determine, for you to determine, whether, in your opinion, that there is a match, meaning that the projectile and or the casing were fired from a firearm, the same firearm, is called sufficient agreement.
Yes.
Sufficient agreement. It's a even your association, which is called AFTI, the Association of Firearms and Tool.
It's AFTE.
E.
Firearms Association of Firearms and Tool Mark Examiners.
Sufficient agreement. Even they say this is a subjective interpretation of the evidence, right?
Yes.
You don't get any computer to take a look at all the striation marks and what have you, and make a determination of, hey, computer's saying that 1,000 of these striations here are here, because we've talked about the bullet that you all use to compare, right?
Correct.
You know about what we talked about in direct examination, right?
Yes.
So there's no computer that tells you we have on the left side 1,000 striations, and they all look identical to the ones on the right side of another 1,000 striations, right?
Correct.
In fact, you don't even count them.
No.
You don't map a projectile and count and label each and every striation in your analysis.
No, because it's the quality of those striations, not just the number.
It's not just the number, it's the quality. And that is another subjective process that you go through, correct?
Yes.
So you don't count them on the shell casings, you don't count them on the spent projectiles, correct?
Correct.
There could be, and there are, many dissimilarities of the striations between both of these items.
Yes.
Do you at least count those? Do you at least count those striations that look dissimilar in your comparison? At least do that.
No, it's part of the overall examination.
So there could be 100, there could be 1,000. There can be an infinite number of distinct marks that don't correlate, right? That don't line up, but you don't count a single one of them.
No, that is part of my examination to determine where they came from and whether they're due to the firearm or accidental.
Due to the firearm. Okay, so is there a way for you to determine forensically that a particular striation that doesn't line up with the other striations, right? This group that just doesn't line up, right? That are different. Is there a way for you to be able to tell this jury under oath today how those were actually caused? Each and every one of them.
Each and every one, no. Some maybe.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you at least document in your examination the ones that you could?
No, because again, it's the differences. There could be a lot of reasons why there's differences. It's those similarities. When you can see those similarities line up, that you know that you see that pattern, that you know that they were fired from the same firearm.
Well, there could be a lot of reasons is what we want to hear. I want to know what those reasons are and whether scientifically and forensically you have established a reason for them.
So some of the reasons could be different pressures in the ammunition, because could cause the bullets or the cartridge cases to expand differently to acquire some of those different marks. Or it could be the gun could change throughout time if there's a long span in between. But again, it's those patterns that do line up and that cause those patterns that create that sufficient agreement. It's similar to like if you have a stamp that you're marking on a piece of paper. It's not going to always mark exactly the same, but the marks that are similar are going to be from that same stamp.
Well, but in a stamp, I may be able to say, okay, well, it doesn't look the same because more pressure was applied on this particular stamp than on this one, right?
Not necessarily. It could be from other reasons, such as the paper that it was stamped on.
And then we have a reason. But my question is, what you're telling me is, look, there could be reasons, but I've done nothing to establish or verify forensically the reasons for those dissimilar striations, correct?
Some of the differences when I look at them, I will be able to tell the difference of why they were caused from it, but not all of them, no.
Some of them could have been caused because, frankly, they weren't fired from the same gun. Those differences are instrumental when you make a decision that that projectile or that casing was not used in a particular gun. You use some of those differences, correct?
I would not expect to see those same patterns of what is similar to be there if they were fired from different firearms.
Expect. In our business here in the criminal justice system, assuming matters are very dangerous, correct? You would agree with that?
Objection, Your Honor, as to commentary.
I'm sorry?
Objection, Your Honor.
Legal basis?
Conclusion and commentary, Judge.
There's no commentary. I asked you whether...
That's overruled.
You said very dangerous, correct?
Yes.
Let's talk about the manufacturing process of a firearm. You got these companies out there, right? And they are manufacturing firearms.
Yes.
A lot of companies, right?
Yes.
Not only companies here in the U.S., but a lot of companies throughout the world.
Correct.
And there are a lot of those firearms that end up where? In the U.S., right?
Yes.
A lot of them. Not just a few here and there, a lot, right?
Yes.
In fact, Glock was developed in Austria.
Correct.
It was developed initially, you would agree with me, for the military,
I
correct?
do not know for sure.
Do you know if they're still making Glocks in Austria?
I do not know.
Now, these companies are manufacturing the components to a firearm, right? They're machining them,
Yes.
right? And they've been machining them for a long time.
Yes.
The machines themselves have wear and tear, correct?
Yes.
And the machining of these components sometimes create what is called subclass characteristics, correct?
Correct.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen what a subclass characteristic is.
Subclass characteristics are marks that are not designed into, that are not a class characteristic, they're accidental, but they could transfer from one part to another.
And they can transfer at any moment. In other words, they could have transferred back in 2003, correct? 2004. They could be transferring right now if some component is being made by some manufacturer on a part, right?
I would not expect them to be very long-natured, but I would not expect that, no.
Well, you wouldn't expect it because what you're hoping is that somehow the manufacturer has found out about it soon enough and corrected the problem.
No, I do not believe the manufacturer looks for it.
So if the manufacturer doesn't look for it, someone's got to be looking for these subclass characteristics. Who is that? Not me, right?
I don't know that I understand your question.
Yeah, who's looking for them when they show up?
For what
Because
purpose?
there's subclass characteristics, right? They weren't designed by the manufacturer for that to be present, right?
Correct.
Okay, and so I want to know who's looking for them.
I believe if the manufacturer may look for them if they're causing a negative effect, but I do not know.
You believe that the manufacturer may be looking for them. You're relying on a manufacturer to possibly be looking for subclass characteristics. That what you're telling this jury?
I do not understand the relevance of why.
That's for her to argue about relevance. I want you to please answer the question.
Objection, Your Honor. That's her answer. It's argumentative.
All right, don't argue with the witness. Don't argue. Ask another question.
You realize that manufacturers are in the business to produce and at the end of the year make a profit, right?
I would believe that.
I mean,
yes.
that's what they want to do,
Yes.
right? They want to manufacture a good product. They want to get as many product out in the market, and they want to make a profit at the end of the year, right?
I would assume, I would believe so, yes.
And they want their products to be consistent and good products, right?
Yes.
Because they get a brand name.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you talked a little bit about firing pin, impression, something about aperture. What was
Firing
that?
pin aperture.
Firing pin aperture. So, it's my understanding that this firing pin goes through a hole.
Yes.
It hits this portion right here of the
Yes.
casing, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then, tell me what happens then.
As far as the aperture,
Yeah, or the mark, or anything else that happens with reference to that firing pin.
so the cartridge case is placed up against what's called a breech face. It's the flat portion on the back of the firearm that the cartridge case sits against. And it has the hole in it, which is called the firing pin aperture, that the firing pin protrudes through when it is released. When the firing pin strikes it and the cartridge case detonates and it expands in every direction, the cartridge case, the rear portion, is going to push back also, and some of the metal in that primer, that back portion, is going to actually fill into that hole. And then when it is ejected out, it will sometimes shear off some of that metal and leave striations behind on it. But that hole, that metal will then have that shape of that hole.
And so here, what you noticed was that there was a oval shape. Is that correct?
I believe rectangular.
Rectangular.
Yes.
But you said that an elliptical firing pin impression was oval.
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated, I think, earlier that that was consistent but not exclusive to a Glock.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Glocks are the only ones that I know of, but there may be others.
And it would be consistent but not exclusive to someone manufacturing a pin, firing pin, that would be like a Glock.
Any firing pin that had an elliptical shape would leave that, generally made by Glock. I'm not sure if I understood your question.
You did. We talked a little bit about dismantling a firearm, and I think you went through a process of what it takes to dismantle a Glock. But even before that, before you actually take all the parts off of a Glock, because it has a slide, you have to pull the slide back, right?
Correct.
And there's a spring on that particular slide that makes pulling that slide back, you have to put some force into it.
Yes.
You just can't do it with your little pinky.
I can't.
And so you grab it, right? And then you pull it back, right? The
Correct.
slide. And that allows the bullet to come from the magazine into the chamber.
Yes.
I may be using the wrong word, so correct me if I'm wrong on any of that. But that's the way it happens, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so in dismantling the firearm, you're saying that what has to happen is that the slide has to come off first. Is that correct?
To dismantle it, yes.
That comes off first, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you would do that. Just show with your hands how you would do it. You've done that before many times, I'm sure.
You have to release a little button that allows the slide to disconnect from its rails. And so you pull that button down, and then you pull the slide back and lift it off.
Okay, so it comes off. And so now what do you see when you're looking at this Glock and you've just taken the magazine slide off? Excuse me, not the magazine, the slide off.
In the frame portion, you're going to see the bottom part of the frame portion that sits underneath the barrel, and then you're going to have the grip portion and all of its internal parts.
Okay, and so what are you going to take out in order to take out the barrel?
The barrel is actually in the slide portion of it, the top portion.
Okay.
So you're going to, on that portion, you're going to take out the spring, the rebound spring, which is what causes that slide to fall back forward.
How big is that spring?
Approximately that big, maybe?
Okay, and is it under tension?
Yes.
Okay, and so how do you remove that spring under tension?
It's kind of pushed up against the little bar, so you just have to pull it off that bar and pull it up.
Okay, I see you're using two hands. I would imagine when you take apart a Glock, you use two hands.
I need to, yes.
You need to, right?
Yes.
Because it requires two hands.
For me to do it, yes.
Well, it requires for most people two hands, right?
I cannot say on that.
And so you take off the spring, then what do you do?
And then the barrel will come out. It's just in little lugs. It'll come out real easy.
And that barrel is unique, meaning that you just can't put every Tom, Dick, and Harry barrel into that Glock, right?
Correct. It has to be designed to fit that firearm.
And so if you're going to buy an aftermarket barrel for a Glock, you got to make sure that whoever you're buying it from has that same design to allow it to fit within that slot.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, while we're on Glocks, let's talk a little bit about Glocks. Glocks have a name on it that says Glock, right?
Yes.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury where you would find the Glock name on a Glock 45 semi-automatic.
It is on both the frame and the slide.
Tell them where it's on the frame, tell them where it's on the slide.
It's been a couple years since I've looked at a Glock, but it's on the above on the frame portion. It's above where you would hold your hand, where you would grip it in the plastic. On the slide, it is near the ejection port.
Okay. And Glocks are made out of steel as well as composite, right?
Yes.
Certain minor portions of a Glock are made from composite, right?
The frame is, and the slide and the barrel are metal.
Okay. Now, there is not on the Glock a gold bar with serial numbers on it, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
You've never seen a Glock with a gold bar in serial, correct?
No.
No, you haven't seen one.
No.
No, you haven't seen
I have not seen one.
Okay. Now, there's something that that you use, these styrations that we talked about. There's also a name for them called individual characteristics, right?
Yes, that is a description of the pattern of those striations.
Okay, so let's go over it again. We have class characteristics, right? Those are the ones that before the gun's even manufactured, the manufacturer intends to have these characteristics on this gun, right?
Correct.
Then you have subclass characteristics. Those are the ones that are characteristics that are left on projectiles and shells that result from something happening in the manufacturing process.
Correct.
And now you have these individual characteristics, correct?
Yes.
Which are what I've been calling these styrations, right?
Correct.
And I'm glad you call it styrations and not the other one because I can never pronounce the other one. Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as defense composite exhibit 36A through Q. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
These have some markings that I made on your pictures, Ms. Clark. But what I'm asking you is to take a look at each and every one of those exhibits to make sure that the original content of your photos are there. I did the arrows for simplicity in presentation. And the black box. Ms. Clark, I also have the two of those pictures that the state introduced in evidence. I'll put those here as well.
Do you need these in this order?
Yes, please, if you can.
You're asking if every one of my pictures is here?
Mm-hmm.
There are a few pages that I do not see listed here.
Okay, well, whatever you don't see in those pictures, they're there. Just pull them out. We'll deal with them in a few minutes, but I want you to tell me which one those are. You can hand them to me, and we'll talk about them in a second.
Okay. Okay, I believe the rest are all here.
Okay, so are they all here?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
So these are, you don't remember seeing these?
I do not remember seeing those in here.
Okay. But these are all ones that you've made?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we would like to move our defense exhibit number 36A through Q.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
36A through Q will be presented this evening.
Okay. So we're going to use this big screen of mine here. Can I ask her to please step down?
Yes, we will just have to step down in order to position the screen where the jury can see it.
If you will stand on this side, I will stand right with you, and we can talk a little bit about
That pointer there is still available if that makes it easier.
Okay. These were some of the photos that you provided to the state and they provided to me in discovery, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And again, let's go from, we'll start there. You have indicated on direct examination that there's a black line that goes right through the center of that photo. Is that correct?
Yes.
And these are done so that you can match one projectile to another projectile. This is a projectile?
Yes.
Okay. And so you want to match the striations, correct?
Correct.
From one projectile to another.
Yes.
And the striations are, and I've put some arrows there so that we can kind of take a look at areas that are of interest to me.
Okay.
Okay? And so you see this big arrow here, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you see some striations on this side of the black line,
Yes.
but you don't see striations on the right side.
That is actually, these are the same area, and it was just out of focus there, so that this is more in focus down here.
We're going to go down there in just a second. But here in this picture, I've drawn a box there and a box there, correct?
Yes.
And so here you're seeing a striation and something, but you can't define it as well as this side, correct?
Not based on this picture, on the photograph, but again, I'm going to see a lot more through my microscope.
And here the same way, you see some striations here, but you don't see any striations on the right side, correct?
Again, that is because that is out of focus.
Okay, we're going to go down to the bottom. Here you see a striation right here, correct?
Yes.
See where that arrow's at?
Yes.
But you don't see any striation on the right side.
No.
Is that one of the dissimilarities that we're talking about?
Yes.
And so whenever you see something on the left side, but you don't see it on the right side, those are the dissimilarities that we were talking about on cross-examination, correct? And they appear on these projectiles throughout the entire projectile, right?
Yes.
In fact, this is only a very, very small, minute part of the projectile itself.
Correct.
Correct? You didn't do the whole projectile.
I examined the whole projectile.
But you didn't photograph
I didn't photograph it, no.
Okay. And the reason that you said that you don't photograph the whole projectile is because your opinion is that we can't make a determination of whether there is a alignment or a correlation of the striations by means of a photograph, at least the ones that you've provided.
Correct.
You can only do that, according to your testimony, through a microscope.
Correct.
But had you had a 3D microscope that had the capabilities of capturing what you were seeing with your eyes, we'd be able to see it right here in living color, right?
Potentially.
Well, potentially.
You could see it. It still takes
You realize
experience
that
and training to.
you realize that it's the jury that makes the determination of facts in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you being a forensic scientist, you want to be able to provide the jury with evidence to substantiate and corroborate your opinions, right?
Yes.
And this is what you have given us, correct?
Yes. This is the best technology that I was able to give.
Well, it's the same technology you have today.
No.
What do you have
I
today?
Better cameras and better microscopes.
Wonderful.
Today.
Wonderful. We had all of these bullets available to you for the last 12 years. Correct? Ma'am?
They were not in my possession, no.
Well, but they could have been given to you, correct?
If requested, yes.
And they weren't. Correct?
No.
Now, this is one of the ones that I believe you all showed in direct examination. Is that correct?
I do not recall.
It doesn't matter. We're going to look at it anyway. So let's take a look at this, and we can even increase it a little bit more. And so you have this white box here, correct?
Yes.
And I have placed some black boxes within your white box and even below it, correct?
Yes.
And I've placed arrows there as well, correct?
Yes.
And this is what we call a striation right here, correct?
Yes.
But you don't see a striation on the right side.
Not in that photograph, no.
And those, again, are the dissimilarities that we've talked about before in the previous picture, correct?
Yes, they could potentially be. They could also be impressions versus striations due to the nature of the cartridge case, and they just may not be reproducing in that photograph.
Same thing here. Anytime that you see something on one side but not on the other side that is a lineal striation, your testimony is that could be a dissimilarity, but it could be caused by something else. You don't know what.
Correct.
And you would agree that that is the same with all of these photos. Here you see a striation on the right side, but this one over here, you're trying to align it, but it doesn't align, correct?
In an instance like that, it could just be because the bullet was damaged, and so when I am able to manipulate it, I'm able to see how those can align. However, I could not get a good photograph of it.
It could be because the bullet was damaged. Forensically, why didn't you determine why that did not align?
I did when I made my comparison. Like
Well,
that
you didn't account for it. You didn't say.
Objection, Your Honor. She needs to be allowed.
Let her finish her answer.
My apologies. You didn't say, okay, this doesn't align here, and because it doesn't align, I need to find out why it is not aligning. You didn't do that.
I did as part of my comparison. And also, it's the overall pattern that I see across the entire bullet, not each particular striation.
All of these dissimilarities that we see, striations on the right side, not on the left, you're attributing to, hey, they're just dissimilarities and they could be caused by a number of things.
Yes.
You can take your seat. Now, Ms. Clark, you cannot determine whether the bullets that were fired in this particular case came from a handgun, a long gun, a carbine, or a rifle.
No, I can only say what caliber they were.
Do you know of a weapon that's called a MAC-10?
Yes.
MAC-10 fires 45 ACP rounds, correct?
As far as I recall, yes.
In fact, if a Glock fired any of those bullets, you can't even tell us the model of Glock that would have fired those bullets.
No, I cannot link a specific firearm without being able to compare it.
All you can say is that those 12 bullets came from a 45 class firearm.
Correct.
In America, there are many, 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 many 45 caliber class firearms, correct?
Yes.
More than you can even count.
Yes.
And that's not even considering the ones that are being manufactured by these individuals that are machinists by trade.
Correct.
So let's just look at possibilities. Number one, your opinion is that it could have been fired from a Glock that was had an aftermarket barrel put on it, right?
Yes, that is a possibility.
Number two, that it was manufactured. It was just a manufactured gun that you're just unfamiliar with.
Potentially.
Number three, that it was fired from a firearm that was modified. For example, modifying the firing pin.
That would account for the firing pin, but not the other.
We're going to get to the other one. And that someone may have been using another gun that had a class characteristic of 6 lands and grooves left twist. Right? They could have put a firing pin on a firearm that had a class characteristics of 6 lands and grooves with a left twist. And if they would have put in a firing pin on that weapon that was an elliptical firing pin that was like a Glock, that's one possibility, right?
There are other characteristics, including the aperture shear.
Yeah. Yeah, but if someone would have said, hey, I'm going to get this particular Glock firing pin and I want to replicate it, but I'm going to put it on another gun, right?
All those other areas would have to be the same also.
Yeah, exactly. Meaning the 6 lands and grooves with the left twist.
And the breech face and the ejector and extractor. That
Exactly. Right?
Yes.
You did not research any of those other possibilities. You didn't go out there and see how many manufacturers had weapons that would correlate with what your findings were in this case?
No, that is not part of my exam.
That's part of the detective's work, right?
I cannot say.
Now, you would agree that the subjective processing that you have to do, the categories that you're cataloging in your mind, and then rendering an opinion concerning comparisons, that has been criticized by members of the scientific community. Correct?
Yes.
In fact, the National Research Council has criticized it specifically because of the subjectivity involved in firearm and tool mark examinations, correct?
I believe the NRC report dealt with a different section of firearms identification.
But they criticized the subjectivity of it.
They criticized the subjectivity of the database.
And in 2016, 6 years after you rendered your opinion, the President's Council on Science and Technology also criticized the underlying concept of firearms and tool mark examination. They concluded that sufficient studies had not been done to understand the reliability and the reproducibility of the methods, and that the foundational validity of the field had not been established. Correct?
Yes, they stated that there had not been sufficient research for the requirements that they were asking for that had not been done. There had been research, just not sufficient amounts of it. And since that time, there has been more research done.
We're going to talk about, first of all, PCAST, which is this President's Council. That is a organization that is appointed by the President, correct? Of advisors, correct?
That is my understanding.
They are an advisory group of the nation's leading scientists and engineers that are appointed by our President, correct?
That is my understanding.
And this particular massive study that was done not only on ballistics, but was done on other various forensic areas, correct?
Correct.
But they rendered an opinion concerning the forensics of tool mark identification, correct?
Yes.
And that advisory board was even comprised of not only the leading scientists from MIT and Harvard and you name it, but also judges throughout the country, correct?
I do not know.
Now, you'll agree, Ms. Clark, that that was a pretty significant study in your field, correct?
Yes.
However, there have been other studies, right?
Yes.
By very highly qualified scientists as well, correct? From
Yes.
throughout the country that have criticized PCAST, correct?
Potentially, yes.
And they have said, hey, this science is good. However, we've got to make sure that this subjective process is being done by competent, qualified examiners. Correct?
Correct.
Because we cannot afford mistakes in this field. Correct?
Correct.
And so these highly qualified scientists from around the country that studied the PCAST report and did their own studies, right? There's quite a few of them that did their own studies. Peer-reviewed studies.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen what peer-reviewed studies mean.
There are studies that are then reviewed by groups that have the same knowledge.
And they've said, okay, this science is acceptable, right?
Yes.
But we have to make sure that the quality of the examiner is in place, right?
Correct.
But at the very least, PCAST put everybody on notice that problems may have to be fixed, right?
I'm not sure I understand.
PCAST put everybody on notice that, hey, guys, we got to pay attention to this area to make sure that we have a forensically stable scientific process, right?
Yes.
No further questions.
Yes, Your Honor, can I get the,
I'll move it.
thank you, I appreciate it. Ms. Clark, when the defense attorney was asking you about the elliptical mark that was left on those spent shell casings, the 10 from the crime scene as well as the others that were collected from the Keetley property, you had said that it was not just the firing pin, the elliptical, that was the class characteristic that put Glock manufacturer as one of the potential manufacturers of the gun that fired those spent shell casings. Is that correct?
Correct.
What besides the firing pin also let you know that that displayed, those spent shell casings displayed class characteristics of a gun manufactured by Glock?
So the unusual shape of the firing pin as well as the unusual shape of the aperture shear led me to believe it's consistent with Glock, and the location and shape of the extractor and injector marks were also consistent.
And what is the firing pin? Can you go over that again? Where on that is the gun that is struck? Can you hold up that bullet again? Oh, I have it. Sorry. What is the firing pin striking?
So the firing pin strikes this center hole right here.
And that's one of when the firing pin strikes the hole and leaves an impression, that's what the impression is, elliptical shape. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is that what you're saying is characteristic of a gun manufactured by Glock?
One of those characteristics.
Now tell us about, holding that up, what other parts of the gun, a gun manufactured by Glock, shows other class characteristics, just not the one by the firing pin? What part of the firearm is touching that cartridge that leaves additional class characteristics?
It's also, so not only that center portion, it's also that little square in the middle of it. That's what the shape from the aperture, that was that rectangular shape that is consistent with Glock type firearms. And I don't know if you can see very well, there's like little marks on the bottom of the rim and also on the side that are from the extractor and the ejector when it gets kicked out of the firearm, that were consistent with how Glock locations.
So those other areas that you're talking about would not be created by the firing pin striking that cartridge casing. Is that correct?
Correct.
How are those other impressions left? What part of the firearm is it making contact to create those other impressions that are around the outer rim of that cartridge case?
So the rectangular is caused from the hole in the breech face, which is a separate part from the firing pin, as well as the extractor marks and the ejector marks are other tiny little tools within the firearm that are attached to the frame that extract the cartridge case out of the barrel and then kind of kick it out of the firearm.
So when we're talking about the class characteristics that led you to the opinion that it was consistent with class characteristics of guns manufactured by Glock, it is just not the shape of the firing pin is not the only part of the Glock firearm that you are able...
I'm going to object. It's leading. I mean, she is testifying.
Rephrase.
What are the other parts of a Glock firearm that comes into contact with that cartridge casing that leaves those additional class characteristics that are manufactured by a Glock firearm?
The primary ones were the firing pin shape and the firing pin aperture shape. The other marks, the extractor marks and ejector marks, were consistent.
And so when the defense attorney was asking you if the firing pin had been manufactured by a machinist, that alone would not show all of those or account for all of those class characteristics. Is that correct?
Correct.
He also asked you about the Springfield Armory and 45. Is that correct? That shoots a 45 caliber gun?
Yes.
I'm sorry, 45 caliber bullet, I should say. That's the name of the gun, the Springfield Armory. Is that correct?
That is the name of the manufacturer, yes.
And you had said that there were. Is that a manufacturer that also, once it is a gun, a bullet is fired out of that type of weapon, leaves an elliptical type of shape on the spent cartridge casing?
Some of their models do.
And he specifically asked you about the Striker model, is that correct?
I don't recall. I think it's the XDS model.
Okay. The one that he was asking you about, are you familiar with the type of mark that is left by that firing pin?
Judge, I'm going to object. I didn't ask a specific brand. I asked for a specific brand, but not the model number. I never told her what the model number was, so I don't know what the prosecution is.
A rephrase.
Let's just talk about the brand, the Springfield Armory. Does that leave an elliptical marking on their spent shell casings?
Some of them do, yes.
Can you discern between those type of markings and those that are left by a Glock? Are there differences?
Yes, the shape of the aperture shear, even though they call it elliptical, is different shaped.
How is it different?
It's got a different, so Glocks are it's either like a complete rectangle or sometimes the corners are kind of rounded out, but on the Springfield, the one hole right side is more rounded. So you're able to visually see the difference.
And the shell casings that you were looking in this particular case, were the shape caused by the firing pin, what was that consistent with?
They were more consistent with Glocks.
Now I know the defense attorney asked you and showed you Defense Composite 36A through Q, all the photographs that you just went on the screen, and we'll start with the first one that he showed you. These are all your photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
And do these photographs, why do you take these photographs?
As a recollection for me reviewing my file.
And you took all the photographs that he put up there, is that correct?
Yes.
And anything about any of the photographs that he displayed to you, does that make you change your opinion as to your opinion with regards to the projectiles all having been fired in the same firearms, the one that you said that they were all in agreement?
No, not at all.
Same with the shell casings. Anything about any of the photographs that he showed you on these particular defense 36A through A through Q that changes your opinion with regards to the spent shell casings?
No.
I want to ask you about the projectiles and the database that you have. When the defense attorney was asking you about manufacturers for projectiles that display 6 lands and grooves with a left twist, those are class characteristics, correct?
Yes.
The database that you have, is that an exhaustive database?
No.
And so it shot out a lot of different manufacturers, is that correct?
Yes.
That could potentially produce a firearm or a barrel of a firearm that had those class characteristics, is that correct?
Correct.
One of which was not Glock, is that correct?
No.
As far as aftermarket barrels, would you, in your position as a firearms examiner, ever try to purchase different types of aftermarket barrel in the hopes that you would find the ones that matched a particular barrel or that left the markings on a projectile that you received in your office?
No,
How many aftermarket barrels are out there?
I cannot say, but I would imagine a lot.
Judge, I would object, move to strike, cause for speculation, imagine a lot.
Yeah, there were similar questions on cross. I'll allow it. Overruled.
If you receive an actual firearm, a suspected firearm in this case, could you determine whether or not those projectiles were fired in that firearm?
Yes.
Same with spent shell casings. If you received a firearm, a suspected firearm, could you determine whether or not those spent shell casings had been fired in a particular firearm?
Yes.
Now, I know that you saw those photographs on Defense Exhibit where there were differences. Were there any issues with any of the differences that were pointed out to you while going through those exhibits that changes or alters your opinion?
No.
Can you tell the jury how it is that you make a decision whether or not, and we'll start with projectiles first, when you're looking at two projectiles side by side on your comparison microscope, what is it that you are looking at before you make a determination whether or not those firearms match each other, projectiles match each other, shot from the same firearm?
So I'll first look at those class characteristics and make sure they're the same, and then I'll look for the pattern that the individual characteristics create and look for that, whether that is a sufficient pattern based on both the quality and the quantity of those marks.
The experts in your field, is there any specific definition or requirement about a specific number of similarities before you make a determination whether or not there is sufficient agreement or sufficient similarities before you make the call whether or not they have been fired in the same firearm?
No.
Defense attorney asked you about peer review. Does FDLE, do you also require your work to be peer reviewed in each and every case that you are looking at when you are examining ballistics?
Yes.
Now I want to go back to and talk about the proficiency testing, since he asked you all these questions about some of the differences that were on some of those side-by-side comparisons, both for the projectiles as well as for the spent shell casings. I had asked you about the proficiency testing that is done by an external company. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's a company.
Just beyond the scope of cross.
Hold on. We had asked you about the testing. I'm gonna sustain.
Judge, can we approach?
Yes.
Ms. Clark, I know that defense counsel had asked you about those exhibits, about each one of those photographs when you were looking at side-by-side comparison on your microscope, both with projectiles as well as with spent shell casings. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you some more questions about the proficiency testing that you were required to do every year through FDLE while you were a firearms examiner. In those tests, you said that they were conducted by an outside company. Is that correct?
Yes.
In those tests with the outside company, did they test you specifically on your ability of identifying projectiles that were fired from a same or different firearm?
They were microscopic comparisons, and they did include some identifications, yes.
Does that outside company, do they know what firearms and what projectiles are being fired out of a specific firearm?
Yes.
Those are knowns, is that correct?
Correct.
Are you aware or provided with any of that information prior to your proficiency testing?
No.
Have you ever failed any of those proficiency testing, specifically with regards to comparing fired projectiles, unknown fired projectiles from a different or a same firearm?
No.
I'm going to ask you again about proficiency testing, specifically proficiency testing with regards to spent shell casings. Are you also given testing by that outside company with regards to spent shell casings?
Yes.
Again, same questions. Does the outside company, are they aware and provide you with unknown examples of spent shell casings from a particular gun or a different gun?
Yes.
Those are known to the outside company?
Correct.
Do you have any of that information prior to you being tested in that area?
No.
Have you ever failed a proficiency test with regards to spent shell casings, being able to identify whether or not they're fired in a same firearm or an unknown firearm?
No.
During that testing process, are there differences, again, looking at a projectile and striations, are there differences on those particular projectiles that you are looking at?
Yes.
Does that happen all the time?
Yes.
Are you able still, in those cases where there are differences, as long as you meet your standard of sufficient agreement, are you still able to make a determination in those cases?
Yes.
Are there occasions during your practice and your experience in this area, have you been able to not make a determination based on the information that you're looking at?
Yes.
And in those cases, would you reflect that in your report?
Yes.
The defense attorney specifically asked you about a MAC-10, whether or not you're aware that that shoots 45 ACP, 45 caliber ammunition. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does the MAC-10, does it have class characteristics that would leave a certain type of mark based on its firing pin?
Yes.
Is that similar or close to the class characteristics that are left by Glock firearms?
No.
Does it have that same elliptical firing or elliptical impression that is left by a Glock firing pin?
No, not in my experience. I've never seen one that lit.
Did you? I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead and finish.
Sorry, I've never seen a Mach 10 leave marks similar to the Glock.
And if that had been, would that have been included as one of the possible manufacturers in this case?
Yes.
Defense attorney asked you about a carbine. What is that?
Carbine is basically it's a rifle, but it's shorter and it uses the same cartridge.
He also asked you about subclass characteristics by a manufacturer. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said you didn't understand the relevance to your investigation. Is that correct?
I didn't understand the relevance of why the manufacturer would be concerned.
In this particular case, if you saw subclass characteristics, is that something that you would have noted or take noted as part of your examination and reported in this case?
I would not have included them as part of my identification. I'm able to distinguish subclass characteristics, and so I would have not included those as part of those sufficient agreements.
Is there anything about subclass characteristics that may eliminate, if you found them on projectiles, that might eliminate them as having been fired from the same gun?
I don't believe so, no.
I want to ask you about the PCAST report that the defense attorney asked you about. Are you aware of that particular report?
Yes.
Did that report, that commissioned report, ever say that that's a poorly worded question. Was there anything about the report that said that the science of firearms identification was unreliable?
No.
What did that report say with respect to firearms identification?
That they required more studies and that they didn't have sufficient time to put their own studies into that.
When did that PCAST report come out?
2016.
Since 2016, have there been studies that specifically addressed the concerns of the PCAST report from 2016?
Yes.
And anything with those new studies that determined that the firearms identification, the science behind that, was invalid?
No.
Prior to 2016 and after 2016, the issuance of that PCAST report, have you been accepted as an expert in the area of firearms identification and able to give opinions after 2016?
Yes.
And how many times approximately did you say that you have testified as an expert in this area?
Over 100 times.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Absolutely.
I have nothing further.
All right. Did you want to address what we discussed? Very limited to the specifics of outside company proficiency
You mean
testing.
I don't get another hour? Ms. Clark, I believe on redirect, the prosecution asked you about proficiency testing.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that part of your accreditation process?
Yes.
Okay. And so as part of your accreditation process for proficiency testing, you've got to report errors that you have committed in cases like this.
Yes.
And so the opinion that you gave in your report that was issued in 2010 indicating that Smith & Wesson Sigma Series manufactured a .45 caliber semi-automatic. That was an opinion that was an error, correct?
Yes, but not on my conclusion.
Well, but it was an error on your part. Did you report that to the accrediting agency?
I reported it to my supervisor.
Do you know if your supervisor reported it to the accrediting agency?
I do not know.
Should it have been reported to the accrediting agency?
No.
Well, it deals with proficiency. Are you telling this jury that you were proficient when you gave an opinion in a 2010 report?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. It's outside the scope of what I was allowing the recross to.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect as to the questions that he did ask on recross?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused and released by the state?
Yes.
Excused and released by the defense or subject to recall?
Subject to recall.
You may step down. You're subject to recall. You don't have to wait outside, but they'll call you before if they want to bring you back. You're very welcome. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our afternoon break. I'm going to instruct you again, as always, not to discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else, also not to do any research related to the case, and to avoid all reports of the case outside of the courtroom. So actually, we'll let you go ahead and get past, and then we'll get them on their way out for the break. It'll be one of those approximately 20 to 30 minutes, however long it takes. All right. All.
Obviously on the record.
So yes, Ms. Bori may be helpful.
Yeah.
We can talk about it in open court as you see fit too. I'm aware of the court TV cameras. So.
Line up and they're ready, and they have a question.
They have a question.
One question. One of the jurors asked, is there a potential of this going to next week? Because if so, she's going to have to make arrangements.
Yeah, I mean, as of right now, we do not believe so.
Judge, in talking with the state, we'll continue talking more. We strongly do not think.
Right. I don't think so either. So, what I'll do is I'll just.
The only consideration exactly is deliberations. Obviously, they're not told that they have any restrictions on how long that process can take. Like that's the only.
No, I know, and what I anticipate right now that it looks like on the schedule that we'll do closings on Friday. Not sure exactly how long you all are going to ask, but we get them out in the afternoon. And as I've said before, I believe I've left them out in the Nachman case until 2 a.m. before they had a verdict. They went out at noon on a Friday, and I left them out. Now, if they collectively say, look, we just can't go anymore tonight, we want to come back, I would make arrangements. I hate to do it, but I would just make arrangements to bring them back most likely on the Saturday to continue deliberations. I mean, there's some things I have to do in order to make that happen, but under those circumstances, I mean, if they're, I don't imagine them doing that, you know, at 6 or 7 or 8 o'clock on Friday, but if it goes later, I would expect to just bring them back on Saturday. I think the best thing though right now is to, when they come in, to tell them, we are, as far as we are concerned, we are on schedule to conclude on Friday and get this case to the jury on Friday.
Okay. That's fine.
All right.
Your Honor, real quick, may I please approach the bench?
Okay.
I'm just going to give you a courtesy copy of it.
Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. First thing, anybody discuss the case amongst themselves or with anyone else, or exposed to anything about the case outside of the courtroom during the last break? Let the record reflect there are no hands. The bailiff indicated to me that there was some possible concern about the case going into next week, and I can tell you, after discussing with the attorneys, that we fully expect this case to conclude as scheduled on Friday and go to the jury on Friday. So as of right now, there is no concern or expectation that we would go over until next week. Now, there is no limit or time frame on deliberations, and we'd have to make a call sometime Friday night if we were going to call it for the night and come back because the jury is still deliberating, and I would have to make a decision at that time whether we would do that on Saturday or on Monday. But we do expect the case to get to the jury on Friday. Just wanted to let you know that. All right, we're ready to have the state call their next witness. Daniel Beltran. Mr. Beltran, good afternoon and welcome, sir. If you'll come forward to be sworn as a witness, you can keep coming in the middle area here. If you'll raise your right hand, please, to be sworn as a witness. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. Go ahead and have a seat in that chair. Make yourself comfortable. The microphone is adjustable. You let me know when you're ready, and then I'm going to let the attorneys ask you some questions.
Thank you.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
You may proceed.
Sir, can you please state your first and your last name?
Daniel Beltran.
And how do you spell your last name?
Beltran.
And how old are you?
I'm 37 years old.
I'm going to draw your attention back to 2010. Were you employed back then?
Yes.
And what did you do for a living?
Carpenter. I'm a carpenter.
And where did you live back in 2010?
I live in 302 24th Street, Southeast, Ruskin, Florida.
I'm sorry, 24th Street?
24th Street, Southeast.
South. Just need you, if you can come a little closer to that microphone, just so we can make sure that everyone hears you.
Okay.
Is that near Ocean Miss Court?
Yes, about 5 minutes away from me.
I'm going to draw your attention to the day before Thanksgiving of 2010, back to November 24th of 2010. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Did you go to work that day?
Yes.
And were you scheduled to work the next day, actually on Thanksgiving Day, or did you have that day off?
No, I had that day off.
Did you have any plans that evening, the evening of Wednesday the 24th?
Yeah, I made some plans with a friend,
And who did you make plans with?
Sergio Witron.
Sergio Guitron. And what were the plans going to be?
We were gonna gather up at the house of Walter and another friends. At their house, we're gonna gather up and have some drinks, play poker, or just hang out there. It's Thanksgiving night, because the majority of all the friends that gather around weren't gonna work on Thursday for Thanksgiving. So.
You said you were going to get together Thanksgiving night. Did you mean the night before Thanksgiving?
Yes.
Okay, leading into the early morning hours of Thanksgiving Day?
Yes.
And you said that you were made plans to go over to Walter's house. Is that Walter Lucas?
Yes, Walter Lucas.
Did he live at that residence?
Yes, he did.
How did that come to be that those were going to be the plans? Was this discussed on phone, or did you go over somewhere to make these plans?
Yes, I got off from work and I drive to work, so I happened to just go cruise by there and just drive around Ocean Mist Court, because it's a loop, and that's where a lot of my friends lived, and we hanged out. So I went around there, and when I was going around the loop, I seen Sergio was coming, and since he was coming, I was going. Well, our window met up right next to each other, and we asked to see what we're gonna do tonight, or what is he gonna do. He asked me, I asked him as well, and I guess I don't know who had already talked about it or mentioned, and he said, well, we're gonna gather up at Walter's house, we're gonna have some drinks and play poker or some cards and stuff like that. I'm like, all right, yeah. So we went home. Well, I went home, sure. He went home too. I was getting off from work, so go take a shower and get dressed up, and then come back, gather up there at that place where we just said.
And was that residence 604 Ocean Mist Court?
Right, yes.
Approximately what time did this conversation happen with Sergio Guitron that this was going to be the plan for later in the night?
About 5-ish, 6 o'clock in the afternoon.
And what time were you all going to meet back up then at Ocean Mist Court?
Some around 9-ish, 10-ish, about that time too.
And is that home, the residence of 604 Ocean Mist Court, located within Hillsborough County, Florida?
Yes.
When you arrived there, after you went home and showered and got ready, when you arrived there, who was there at 604 Ocean Mist Court?
When I got there, it was Jose Rodriguez, Sergio Witron, Gonzalo Guevara was there, and Walter and Diego were there, which they lived there. Jose Rodriguez lived there as well. But then Walter and Diego went inside like a little later, but I was there. When I got there, they were still there.
And when you say they were there, are you talking about where was this hanging out going to take place?
We were on their porch of their house, yes.
So when you arrived there, were all these individuals that you just listed, Jose, Sergio, Gonzalo, Diego, and Walter, were they all out there on the front porch?
Yes, yes.
And is there a table and chairs out on that front porch?
Yes, that was the table and chair.
Is that where you all were going to be hanging out and drinking and
play
playing?
Cards there on that table and gather around and sit down, drink, talk and stuff.
Okay. And were these all of your friends? Did you know all of them?
Yes.
So I'm going to show you what's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 5A. And there's a screen right over to your left there. Is this the front porch
Yes.
where you all had agreed to meet up and play cards and hang out that night?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of drinks were you all drinking that night?
Drinking Corona beers.
Do you need a minute or are you okay to move on?
Okay.
If you need a break, just let me know.
Would you like a glass of water?
Okay, thanks.
All right.
Beers. You said that that's what you all were drinking? Was there any liquor drinks involved?
No.
Were there any drugs involved?
Yes.
And what drugs were there at this party or get together?
Marijuana and cocaine.
Did you partake in the drinking of the beers?
Yes.
Did you take any of the marijuana, smoke any of the marijuana?
Yes.
Did you ingest any of the cocaine?
Yes.
Were you feeling the effects of the alcohol and drugs?
It's just be social. It's just,
Was everyone drinking there on the porch?
yes.
Was everyone taking part in the drug usage?
No, some of them weren't.
Okay. Do you remember the individuals that were involved in taking the marijuana and or cocaine?
I believe the majority of us were all smoking, but the cocaine, I believe it was only about 4 of us. Walter and Diego were not doing any of that. I can remember that clear. Sergio and Gonzalo and Jose and I did, yes.
Okay. Can you describe the lighting that was on that front porch? Do you recall?
There was a double light on the, or I don't know if it was a double light, but a light bright enough, and the door of the trailer where it light up the porch.
Do you recall the light just by the door there,
Yes.
providing the light for the porch?
Yes.
Were you all able to see your playing cards that night when you were playing there? Do you recall where individuals were seated? Which individuals were facing the road and which individuals were facing the house while you were there hanging out?
Okay. I kind of remember. I was facing. My back was towards the arch, right in the middle of that.
So was your back facing the road or facing the home?
Yes, facing the road. My back.
Facing the road. So
yes.
were you in the chair closest to the corner of the porch or over closest to the stairs? Do you recall?
Over closer to the stairs.
To the stairs.
Yes.
Do you remember where anybody else was?
Yeah, I remember Sergio was next to me. Then Gonzalo was next to him. And Jose Rodriguez was here. And Diego and Walter, they were just walking back inside the house, outside of the house, because that was their house.
Okay. Was there at some point that Walter and Diego went inside the residence and didn't return back out?
Yes, it went midnight, sort of. And
Around midnight?
After midnight, they went inside the house.
At some point, did some other individuals arrive?
Yes.
And who else arrived?
It was Raymond Gallen arrived there with Juan Huitron and Richard Cantu. He got there.
So Juan Guitron, who is Sergio's brother, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Ramon Gallen and Richard Cantu, they arrived later?
Yes, they're cousins. Yes, they're all last persons that got there.
Do you recall approximately what time they arrived?
About 1:45 or 1:50 a.m.
At this point, were Walter Lucas and Diego Lucas already inside their inside their home? And which brother is older? Is that Juan Guitron or Sergio?
Juan was older.
Juan is older and Sergio was younger?
Yes.
And were you friends with all of friends with Juan Guitron, Richard Cantu, and Ramon Gallen?
Yes.
When Juan and Richard and Ramon arrived at the home, did they bring more beer at that time?
Yes, they came with 18 pack or 12 pack, something like that. I remember.
And were you all still playing cards at that time, hanging
Yes.
out and talking?
Yes, we're still.
At some point, is your attention drawn to the road?
Yes. About 2 in the morning, something around there. I'm very conservative. I like to see my surroundings, and every once in a while. So I was looking around. One time I look around, I see some headlights of a car coming around, It was a
Let me ask
minivan.
you to lift that microphone up a little bit. If it's, yeah.
All right.
There you go.
Yeah. So I looked over my left shoulder because I seen some lights coming out from the road because it's right where the house is at. It's a loop. So that's where the loop goes around there. So I seen the lights coming out, and I looked over and I told them that there's a car coming, and there's usually no cars there because it's a loop. It doesn't. Nobody goes in there unless you live there.
And it being around 2 o'clock in the morning.
Exactly. Yeah.
Prior to that time, was there a lot of traffic?
Nah. But after midnight or certain hours late at night, it just nobody goes through there unless they live there.
I'm going to draw your attention again to 5A. Was the vehicle traveling towards this blue Dodge, or was it traveling away when you first observed it?
It's coming the loop from like left this way going around.
Okay, so
not the way that car is facing on the road.
this
Not that way. It was going the other way because it was coming.
this silver car that is facing towards the left of the photograph. When you first observed this vehicle with the headlights coming down Ocean Miss, it was traveling in the opposite direction of the way that
Correct.
car's parked?
Yes, right.
Okay. And so, could you make out the car description at that point?
Yeah, I noticed it was a minivan, and I never seen it. They didn't live there at that place because we pretty much were familiar with everyone that lives there. So, and at that time, it's like a random car, and I just kept going. And it was a minivan, like a dark color, like a dark green or dark blue or something like real dark color.
A dark color. And was it all one color or was it two-tone?
Yes, it was all one color.
At some point, do you see that vehicle return?
Yes, it made it out to the end, to the beginning or the end of the exit of that loop street, and must have turned right back around because it didn't go about 2 minutes or 5 minutes, if anything, would have been too long. So he came right back. I'm sure he turned around right back and came right back because I seen the lights again. And now I seen them on my right side because I had already turned around back to the table, and I seen the lights come again. And I told my friends again, I said, hey, look, that same car's coming back again. You know,
And was the car, did the car drive by or did the car stop?
No, it stopped, like sort of like where that one car that was there.
So publishing again 5A, was the car traveling in the same direction in which the silver vehicle in the bottom right-hand corner is pointing?
Right, it was that was.
Do you recall where this vehicle stopped?
A little more further, like on the road, but just like about there, we're a little more ahead, like literally right in front of the driveway, but on the road.
Okay, so it was still, the minivan was still in the road, but it was further towards the center of this picture. Is that correct?
Right, correct.
Okay. And what happens when you see the minivan stop there and still in the road, but in front of this home?
Well, I turned around, I was turning my back, I was looking already front to the road, and I just stared at it and looked at it to see what it is, who it is. And I see him open up the door, and when he opened the door, and I see his back.
And Mr. Beltran, I know you're trying to maneuver how
And
you
so
saw.
when he turned around to open the door, I seen his back, and it said security on the back. It was a black T-shirt, and it said on big white letters, security. Like, security, like I asked myself that, and as soon as he turned around to close the door, I see on the front it said sheriff, and it had a badge like hanging, like whoa, like it's cops, like. So I had whatever little weed that I had, marijuana, and I put it under the table, and then when I turned around after putting the stuff out, not exactly what they were doing, and then when I finished putting my stuff away, I turned around, I got up to the railing, and we all stood there, and he was already like under the steps already, just standing there with a rifle.
Let me just stop you for a minute. When the individual got out of the vehicle, what part of the vehicle did he get out of? Was it the driver's side or the passenger side?
The driver's side.
Was there a light that went on in the vehicle?
Inside the vehicle, yes. Okay. And he left the headlights on.
And was the car still on after he exited the vehicle?
I believe so.
Did you see the individual that got out of that minivan approach the home?
I didn't see him actually walked in this week because that's at the time that I turned around to put away whatever little marijuana that I had on me. I was thinking it was a sheriff that is said in the shirt. So then I didn't see him actually walking. When I turned back around from hiding the stuff that I had, I turned around and he was already standing by the steps in front of the porch. He already walked the driveway.
When you say that he was standing at the steps, was he standing at the bottom of the steps or at the top of the? Yeah. And Mr. Bell, trying to, for the court reporter's purpose, I know you want to answer my question, and I appreciate that. Just if you could wait for me to finish asking my question, and then you can answer, because it's just really hard for her to type over when we're both talking at the same time.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. So when you turned back around, the individual that had exited that minivan, were at the bottom of the steps, or were they at the top of the steps of the porch?
Yeah, he was on the bottom of the steps. He hasn't gotten on the steps.
Okay. And do you get up from the seat that you're sitting in?
Yes.
And you said that he had something in his hand. Is that correct?
Right. Yes.
What did he have in his hand?
He had a rifle.
Do you remember what color it was?
Dark color too.
And what's the next thing that you remember happening?
He asked, "Who's Creeper?"
Did you know a Creeper or someone named Creeper?
Yes, one of my friends. We used to call him Creeper. We called him Creeper.
Did you know what his real name was?
Omar Bailon. Yes.
Omar Bailon?
Yes.
Did he live on Ocean Mist Court?
Yes.
Was he at 604 Ocean Mist Court that night?
No, he was not.
And when this person is asking for Creeper, what is their demeanor?
He's looking from just kind of asking. That we told him that he was not there, and okay, well, where's he at? And he started the second question. It was more demanding us, where's he at? Well.
Did you believe this was a law enforcement officer at this time?
Yes.
Did the other individuals that were there on the porch, were they responding the same way that you were?
Not exactly.
He can describe what the other individuals were doing.
Okay, they were, I guess, just moving around, talking among each other, wondering what.
Don't say what they said.
Yeah, but that's it. It was just,
Did you know what that law enforcement officer was there doing, or why they were asking for Creeper?
No.
Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
What's the next thing that you remember happening?
I was going to tell him that he did live across the street, so but he was looking at the rest of the guys, and then he said, well, everybody get your IDs and get on the ground.
At first, did you tell him that you didn't know Creeper, or that you didn't know where he lived?
He never asked if we knew him. And he just said, who's Creeper? None of us. Well, where's Creeper? I was about to tell him that he lived across the street, but I don't know if he's there. But yeah, I was going to tell him where he lived at. But he was looking at me. Then he just said, "Okay, everybody, get your IDs out and get on the ground."
Did you have an ID on you at that night?
Yes.
Did you listen to those commands?
The second command that he did, because he said, "Get on the ground," and then none of us did exactly what he said. So then he locked it up, clocked it, or loaded up the bullet in the on the rifle, and then he said,
you were just maneuvering your hand. Was there movement with the hand on the firearm?
Yes.
And Did Juan Guitron get his ID out after it was demanded of them?
No, he didn't.
What was Juan Guitron doing at that time?
Well, I looked at Gonzalo and we looked at each other and hey, let's just do what he says. He's a law enforcement, just show him our IDs, go check we ain't who he's looking for. He'll get out of here and we'll keep playing or whatever. And so me and Gonzalo started walking towards more away from him, is giving him space, and go do what he said, get on the ground, get our IDs out. And me and Gonzalo went inside, and then everybody kind of followed along, except Juan. Juan stayed standing right there by the steps in front of that guy.
Did you know where Juan's ID was at that point?
No. He said where it was at. He said it was in his car. If he can go and get it. And the guy's like, no, just get in the ground. I was like, well, why you want me to get in the ground if I don't have my ID? And get in the fucking ground. And then Juan's like, chill out. He started shooting at him.
Just take a minute, okay? Did you get on the ground?
Yeah, I was already on the ground by the time he was arguing back in front with Juan.
At some point, do you hear some gunshots being fired?
Yeah, after Juan told him to chill out, and he no, you chill out, and he shot him in his chest 2 times.
At that point, were you on the ground on the porch?
Right, I was on the ground on the porch, yes.
Are you, at the time Juan Guitron is shot, was he the first person shot?
Right, yes.
Was Juan Guitron facing towards the road, or was he
yes, towards the road.
Are you kneeling down facing towards the house or towards the road?
Toward the house.
Do you recall who you were kneeling next to?
Gonzalo.
Gonzalo Guevara?
Gonzalo was next to me, and they were kind of far away, not too far. And Richard was in between me and Gonzalo. So Gonzalo was literally next to me, and Richard was almost going in between me and him, right behind me.
And were they to your right side or your left side?
To my right side.
Do you recall where anybody else was positioned on the front porch?
Yes. I remember I was there, and then it was Richard, then it was Gonzalo, and then it was Juan Rodriguez.
You said Juan Rodriguez. Do you mean?
I mean Jose Rodriguez, yes.
Okay.
And then Raymond was a little further from Richard, more towards the steps, and then Juan was literally on the edge of the railing on the steps.
Do you recall where Sergio was?
I didn't see him, so he must have been behind me, right. Because I didn't see him.
I'll sustain caution to witness, not to speculate. If you don't know where he was,
Yeah,
don't guess.
I didn't see him. Sergio, I didn't see him. I seen the rest of them this side of me. I didn't see Sergio, no.
At some point, do you start believing this person is not a law enforcement officer?
Not at that point. When he shot Juan, I thought it was beanbags or something, just because he ain't cooperate. He ain't doing what he's telling him, so get in the ground, and he just telling him talking back with him, and he shot him, and I'm thinking still in my head, and I'm in a way, I was that's what, I was kind of saying to myself, that's what you get for not listening to him. But
you said beanbags?
I was thinking he shot him with beanbags, just to, not real bullets and kill him, but just to calm him down, because Juan wasn't cooperating with him.
So what's the next thing that you remember happening after you heard the shots that hit Juan Guitron?
I kind of turn around so that he don't look at me and shoot me.
When you say turn around, do you mean face the house?
Right. I was my body was facing the house, but I had turned my face around to look at Juan while he was talking back with him. And when he shot him, then I turned back around and looked straight to the house. And then I hear one more gunshot. It was just one single one. And I wanted to turn around and look back. And then I heard two more, and I still didn't want to turn around. And then I heard them walking like behind me, or like getting closer. And I looked a little bit, and then Richard was looking for his ID.
Was the shooter saying anything at this point when the gunshots were going off?
No, he wasn't saying anything. He was just, well, when I turned around to see him, because I heard him walking, he wasn't saying nothing. He was just walking toward Richard and put the gun on his head and just, like Richard felt it. And then Richard,
Take some
We're
deep
gonna get you
breaths.
some water.
Richard felt the gun on his head, and he just like ducked forward because he felt the barrel on his head.
Maybe approach speculation.
Well, yeah, I'll caution not to speculate. Don't say what someone else thought. So I'll sustain this as speculation.
Did you see
Well, I seen
Richard make a
just-
movement?
Yeah, you see, when he felt the gun on his head, I seen him move forward, and he shot him through the head, and it went from the bottom head, and then I seen the big hole come out of his head, and it landed all in my face because he was cornered next to me. Thank you, sir.
After Richard Cantu was shot in the head, what's the next thing that you remember happening?
He fell straight forward, and I looked at him, and like he had a big hole in his head. He was just, a lot of blood was coming out of his head, and everything was just getting piled up, and he shook like 2 or 3 times, like his body was shivering and just shaking, dying around, and then he stopped. He just didn't move anymore. He stayed still. And then I not that I knew, but in my head, I was like, he can't be no cop or law enforcement, man. Just doing this, like.
Were there any more gunshots on the porch?
Yeah, right after that, and I looked over at Gonzalo and just gave him my contact, like, and there was a beer bottle right in front of me, and there was one right in front of Gonzalo, or like sort of in between us. I was there, reachable to my hand, and I did eye contact and pointed with my eyes, just pointed towards the beer bottle, like, and did the same, just with my eyes. I was just giving them, like signs, like, let's do something. And I tried to grab the beer bottle that was in front of me, and Gonzalo did too. Try to grab the one that was in front of me instead of the one that was in front of him, and the beer bottle just fell, and it was rolling and moving. I grabbed it, tried to get up to hit him with the bottle, and he see me moving, and he turned around and he just shot me in my hip. I fell straight forward with the force of the bullet. I fell straight forward. My whole side of my whole leg, it was just numb, and he walked up to me, put his one leg on top of me, like, and tried to like kick me or something. I remember, and I was like, get off of me, get the frick off of me. And he tried to aim at my head, and I was just moving everywhere. And he just walked off from me because I was just moving everywhere around, and he walked off away from me, and he was aiming at me, and I started crawling, and he shot at me, but it went to, like just went above on top of my back, and it hit the window of the trailer. And
When you say that you were crawling, was that still up on the porch area?
Yeah, I was still right in front of by the door.
That shot when you were crawling, you said it hit the window?
There was a window right there by the door, and it hit the window. Like it missed me and it hit the window.
Showing 5B this time. Pointing to the right side of the picture in the right window included on this picture.
It hit the window in the bottom.
I'm sorry?
It hit the window glass and towards the bottom of.
Is this the window that you're discussing that it got hit?
Yes.
Okay. What's the next thing that happened that you remember?
I kept on crawling and dragging my leg, and I went in front of Retrial that was already down, and then Gonzalo was still on his knees, and then Jose Rodriguez was next to him, and I was dragging in front of them, crawling in front of them, because he was like sort of not behind me, but in that side. So as I'm going in front of Gonzalo and Jose Rodriguez to try to get to the railing so I can get off the porch and just see if I can make it out of there. I was going in front of them. He went behind them and went and stood right in front of me as I was getting to the railing. I seen his feet, and I looked up. He looked down at me. He shot me in my chest. And then I fell off the porch.
When you say you fell off the porch, did you go over the railing or did you go through the railing?
I must have gone through the railing. There was big space enough. Because I didn't get up on it. That was in the ground. He shot me in the ground, and I just fell off the porch.
Did you? How many guns did you see that night?
Just his rifle.
After you fell through the railing, after you were shot in the chest, and you had the gunshot wound to your hip, what hip?
It was on the right side.
Your right hip? Mm-hmm. And where in your chest were you shot?
Here, right above right in the middle of my chest.
On your right chest?
Right. Yes.
What happened after you fell through the railing?
When I fell, same again. This bullet numbed all here, and it was just so much pressure. I was just pretty much cussing out, just like trying to hang on to the pain. And I looked over and I seen him look over the railing to see if I was, dead or alive. And I looked at him, and he looked at me again, and I seen him, just pointing at me. I turned around to keep crawling away from there, and then he shot me again in my back.
Was that the right side of your body again?
Yes.
Did you remain there in the front of the house, or did you move from there?
I was already away from the porch. How about the distance where you're at?
How did you move?
I was just dragging the whole way there. I was just with one leg, I was able to get on my knee, and my other two hands, I was just trying to drag. But when he shot me in the chest, then I was just pretty much dragging my way out of there somehow. And he shot me in my back, and that went in my ribs, and shot me there, and went through my whole stomach because the moment he shot me, it was instantly I started like, it just hit me, shoot my body, and then it just started like burning real bad, and I just started throwing up a lot of blood and like pieces of liver. Blood just started coming out of my nose. From my mouth.
Did you continue to hear more gunshots at that point?
Yeah, he looked over at me again and to see if I was dead. And I looked back at him again. He pointed at me and shot again, and it hit me in the ear. Hit on my ear and on my, but he just grazed.
Were you still at the front of the house at that time?
Yes.
Was it the right, if you're facing the house, was it the right side front of the house?
If I'm facing the house, yes, on the right side.
What did you do at that point?
When he grazed me here, they shot me in the face, the ear. The force still threw me down, and I hit the ground again, and I didn't want to get up anymore. But I heard him again, and I seen him. He was trying to point at me again. So I just bent the curve on the trailer, and I went to the back. I just kept on dragging to the back. I made it to the back of the house. I got to the fence.
Let me stop you there for a moment, Mr. Beltran. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 61. Is this that right corner of the trailer that you were talking about that you were able to get around?
Yes. Yes.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 62A. Is this your wallet?
Yes.
And was that located, showing you 62A with evidence marker number 17, is that where your wallet was left behind?
Yes, I had it in my hand.
Did you have it in your hand because you were ordered to show your identification?
Yes, when he asked for it to get our IDs out, I took out my wallet and I took out my ID.
So were you able to make your way to the back of the residence?
Yes.
Can you tell us how you were able to do that?
I was dragging my whole body just through there, and I went around the corner, and I kept on dragging through there all the way till I got to that fence, and then I try to jump over it, and then I grab from that fence, but it's metal, and it's strips of metal, and the first top one fell off. Yeah.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 68. Is this where you initially tried to jump over the fence?
Yes. Yes, I tried to jump that fence, but it broke off. And I just looked around to see if there was a way that I could jump over that fence. I seen a chair. There was a chair there on the side, and I drove myself to that chair.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 66. Is that the chair?
Yes. Yes, that was a chair.
And State's Exhibit 67.
I put one leg over it. Yeah, I put one leg over it, the one that was good. I just threw my whole body over the fence, and I made it above that.
Were you able to get over the fence using this chair?
Yes. I got on top of that chair with one leg, and I just threw my body over it. I landed on the other side. It's a ditch that divides the county property lines.
Did you hear more gunshots, Mr. Beltran, as you made your way towards the backyard?
Yes. After I jumped the fence over, and then I was thinking in my head that he's coming behind me, so I try to stay quiet and just don't move there because I landed in bushes in the ditch. So I think I'm safe here. And then I heard 4 more gunshots.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 69. Is this the other side of the fence when you were able to make it over? When you said you landed in a ditch, is this what you're talking about?
Right. Yes.
What do you do at that point?
Well, after I heard those gunshots, then I tried to keep crawling away from there through the ditch. And I remember I had a phone with me, and I took it out and I called the cops, and I called my ex-wife, and my ex-wife went to pick me up there.
You called her on your cell phone?
Right, yes.
Is this right after you got over the fence that you called her?
Right, yes.
Did you tell her where you were?
Yeah, I told her to stay on the line with me and don't hang up because I felt like I was already going blind, like, or passing out. And I told her that I couldn't walk anymore, that I was just dragging myself to the ditch. I said, can you come pick me up? And so I stayed there and I gave her directions because I knew the area real good. So.
Was this Domino Drive, this other side?
Right, yes. That's Domino Drive.
And so, did she come find you on Domino Drive?
Yes. I told her to stay on the line with me, and as she was driving, I was telling her exactly where to turn and what she was going to see and what turns to take. And I seen her coming. I said, oh, I see you. Like, I can't get up. I'm going to lift up my hand, and you'll see me. I'm in the ditch. And yeah, she did. She went slow, and she seen me in the ditch, and she parked right next to me, and I jumped in my car there, which her car, my car.
Showing you State's Exhibit 71. Is this the car that she came to pick you up in?
Right, yes.
Okay. At that time, were you able to get into the vehicle?
Yes, I just somehow just getting through it, just dragging with this hand and this leg, and just crawl myself up there. She tried to help me out, by the time she was getting off the car, I was I got on top of that car, and I told her to take me to the hospital, take me to Tampa General Hospital. I didn't want her to take me to South Base, a local hospital that I just didn't trust. So, and she's like, no, you can't make it to Tampa General Hospital, because she's also a nurse. So she's like, no, you look pale, you're not gonna make it. And so I'm like, okay, well. I had already heard throughout the time as she's driving there, I had already heard ambulances and cops and all that.
Objection. May we approach the bench?
Legal basis?
Hearsay, relevance.
Well, I'll sustain as to what she said, and let's move on.
Yes, Sherman. Mr. Beltran, did she take you to Tampa General as requested, or did she take you somewhere else?
No, I told her that I had heard ambulances and all that. So I said, since Domino is right next to it, 2nd Street over Ocean Mills where it happened, go slow through there, and if you see paramedics, then just drive to there. They'll take care of me. And yes, she did. She pulled back in Ocean Mills, and there was already sheriffs and all kinds of stuff going on there, paramedics, and they went and got me out the car. And, they pulled over. They stopped my wife and asked her where
Without
I'm from.
telling me what they said, ultimately were you able to get medical help there from the emergency vehicles that were there at
Right.
604 Ocean Mills?
Yes, the paramedics came and got me out the car and put me in a position that I wouldn't keep choking on my own blood.
How long did it take your ex-wife to get from where she was at to where you were at on Domino?
Not even a minute, 2 minutes. It's just the next street over.
I know as you have described everything that took place on that porch that night, we have gone over many, many details. And it's taken time to explain exactly what happened. But was from the time that the shooter got out of the vehicle and did all the shooting to the time you got to the corner of the trailer, was it all very fast incident?
Right, yes.
It may not seem fast to you explaining it, but was it an incident that occurred very quickly?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you States Exhibit 74, is this your cell phone that was on the front seat of the vehicle that she arrived in to pick you up?
Yes, that was the phone I had.
That you had called her on?
Yes.
Did you wait to call her at all, or when you made it over that fence, did you call her to come help you?
Yes, when I made it over the fence, there's just a lot of things going through my head, and I felt like it's any help, because I needed someone to find me there, get me out of there. Like I couldn't make it on my own. I was dragging and dragging, so.
And so you said that she was just a minute or two away, and by the time
Right.
she came and got you, there was already medical personnel at 604. Is that
Right,
correct?
Right, correct, yes.
Okay. Were you taken to the hospital by emergency medical individuals?
Yes. The helicopter came pick me up, yes.
So you were taken by helicopter to the hospital?
Object,
Yes.
leading, relevance.
Sustained.
What hospital did you go to?
Tampa General Hospital.
And did you receive medical care there?
Yes.
Did you have to undergo any surgeries?
Yes.
How long were you in the hospital for?
Object, relevance.
Sustained. No, don't answer.
I'm going to ask another question, okay? May I have one moment, Judge?
Yes.
And how many times were you shot?
4 times.
And where are your injuries on your body?
Object, relevance.
Hold on.
May you approach, Judge?
You may.
Did law enforcement come and speak to you while you were in the hospital?
Yes.
Did you provide them with information to the best of your ability at that time?
Yes.
Did you provide them with a description of the shooter?
Yes.
You testified when you first saw the shooter come out of the vehicle, you saw them in a black shirt with writing on the back and writing on the front of the shirt?
Correct. Yes.
Do you recall anything else about the shooter? Any other description? Anything else he was wearing, or what he looked like?
Yeah, he was light skinned. He was wearing some black reading glasses, and he had a badge. Black tight t-shirt, the sheriff in the front, security in the back. He had some like law enforcement type of, or working boots type of black boots. He had like I guess sort of like the length of my hair that I have, a little longer, so, but it was like blondish type of light brown.
When you say that he was light skinned, was he white?
White, yes.
And was he a male? We keep saying but was it a male?
Yeah, it was a male. He was white, yes.
Do you recall anything else about what the shooter looked like?
Yes, he was about 180, 170 something pounds. And he was pretty tall.
You said he was pretty tall. Are you able to say how tall?
I'll say like 6'2", 6 feet something.
Did you give that description to law enforcement?
I believe so. I believe I gave them as much as details as I can think over whatever they were asking me.
Were you interviewed at the hospital? Were you interviewed any other time other than at the hospital?
No. As soon as I woke up from the surgery, they came in. The doctor asked me if I can talk, how I felt, or if I was feeling okay, if I was able to talk, and yes. And the homicide detectives came and walked in.
Okay. Were you shown what's called a photo pack from law enforcement?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you were not able to positively identify anybody in that photo pack?
Right.
Okay. Mr. Beltran, are you currently on probation?
Yes.
And how long are you on probation for?
For 5 years.
And is that a case that you picked up in 2022?
Yes.
And did you also have 2 violations of probation that you were just placed on probation for?
Correct, yes.
Are those from 2020 and 2021?
Yes.
How many times have you been convicted of a felony?
5.
And how many times have you been convicted of a crime involving dishonesty?
1 time.
Did you receive incarceration prior to being placed on probation, or were you incarcerated?
Yes.
For those charges?
Yes.
How long were you incarcerated for?
4 months.
And the current charge that you recently got put on probation for, well, let's go back to 2020. Was that a gun charge that you were convicted of, carrying a short barrel shotgun?
Yes.
And carrying concealed firearm?
Yes.
And then in 2022, did you get a conviction for felon in possession of a firearm?
Right, yes.
And carrying concealed firearm?
Yes.
And a possession of cocaine?
Yes.
Based upon your violating your probation and picking up that new charge, were you facing significant prison time?
Yes.
Were you aware that the sentencing guidelines, the bottom was for 29.4 months in Florida State Prison?
Yes.
Did your attorney at that time come to the state attorney's office and ask for mitigation and for it to be considered that you were a victim in this case?
Yes.
And ultimately, did you receive, after you were incarcerated for 4 months, did you receive 5 years of probation?
Correct, yes.
And you're serving that now?
Yes.
And part of your probation, are you not allowed to possess any firearms or any replica firearms?
Right, yes.
And are you to complete community service hours?
Yes.
And comply with any court orders?
Yes.
And did all those charges occur after, well after Thanksgiving of 2010?
Oh, yes, yes.
How many shooters were there those early morning hours of Thanksgiving of 2010?
One.
And did you have a firearm on you those early morning hours of Thanksgiving 2010?
No.
Judge, may I have a moment?
Yes.
The state would pass the witness at this time, Judge.
Cross.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, sir. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you, sir, what is defense exhibit number 37. Okay? In identification.
Judge, can you approach?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you seen your score sheet? Do you know what a score sheet is?
Yes.
All right. Sorry, I'll step back so that you can go ahead. You know what a felony score sheet is, right?
Yes.
You've dealt with that in your prior appearances in felony court, right?
Right, yes.
And you just did recently with your attorney when you dealt with these violations of probation and your new felony conviction, right?
Right.
Okay. So I'm going to show you this and ask if you recognize it. And I'm going to point out on the document where the place of a person's name
Judge, I
is.
want to object at this
Yeah,
time.
yeah, I thought we discussed differently. You need to come back.
If you want me to go ahead and ask the question, I'll ask the question. Let me step back. What is the maximum amount of time that you were facing if you were to go to prison? Do you know?
Not necessarily. No, not really. I didn't really. Whatever my lawyer handled it, the way she handled it, and she told me that I was going to be placed in probation for 5 years. And
yes. So let's talk about that.
Go ahead.
All right. Before you entered your admission to your violation of probation, you had the opportunity to speak with your lawyer, didn't you? Right?
Right.
And she went over this felony score sheet. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you were asked on direct examination if you knew that the bottom of your guidelines was 29.4 months in prison.
Right.
Right? And that bottom is the amount that you are required to go to prison for unless there was a reason to depart. You were told that, right?
Right.
Now, you also have a maximum. 30 months, 29.4, we'll just round it down. Would that be fair? 29 months is what you were supposed to do.
Okay.
Okay, can we agree on that?
Yes.
You were also supposed to get extra points for a new felony conviction, weren't you? Did your lawyer talk to you about that?
Some things, and maybe she must have.
In other words, if you get a new felony conviction, 12 points are put on a score sheet. Are you aware of that?
Objection, Judge Mary?
Yeah, approved.
Let me clarify the question. When you went over this score sheet, were you told, and you went through it all, right, with your lawyer?
Mm-hmm.
She showed it to you?
Yes.
Miss Nye. That was your
Yes.
lawyer. She told you what your maximum exposure was.
Right.
If the judge wanted to put you in prison for as long as possible, the lowest that you had to go for was 29 months. What was the maximum? Do you remember?
I believe it was 30 months.
Okay, that's the bottom.
Okay.
Do you remember the top, the
No.
max? Can I show you the score sheet to see if it refreshes your recollection?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's the first page here. Okay, and I was trying to help identify that beforehand.
Thank you.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, and so this is page 2. Okay, and I'm going to ask you to look in this area right here. Read it to yourself.
Which area?
This area right here. I want you to read it to
Okay.
yourself. I'm going to step back. Look at me when you're done. Now I'm going to take, by the way, this was page 3 and page 4 of the 4-page document. Now that I've taken that back from you, is your memory refreshed?
Yes.
And you could have gone to prison for up to 45 years. Is
Correct.
that correct?
Yes.
So, low end, 30 months.
Mm-hmm.
Top end, 45 years.
Yes,
Right?
yes.
And you knew you were supposed to go to prison for what you've done.
Right.
And you were on probation for a case that originated in 2020.
Right.
And you were also on probation for another case that you got in 2021, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Now, you were asked about this probation deal that you just got, and the prosecutor said you're not allowed to possess or own a firearm as part of your new probation.
Right.
But that was part of your probation before, wasn't it?
Yes. Yes.
And yet, you got a new charge in 2022
Right.
while being on probation for possession of a short-barrel shotgun
Correct.
for felon in possession of a firearm.
Yes, sir.
Right? And so while on probation for 2 felony cases, you're still carrying firearms.
Right.
And you got this deal on February 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Just 4 days before we started picking this jury. Right? And the reason for that is your lawyer did not want you to come into court in an orange jumpsuit, right?
Speculation.
I'll sustain this as speculation.
Did you have a talk with your lawyer about how you would present to a jury?
Objection, Judge. Hearsay and attorney-client privilege.
Sustain.
The bottom line is you went to jail in October
Yes.
You got out just before this trial began, right?
Yes, sir.
And it was because your lawyer sought a benefit for you from the state attorney's office, right?
Right.
And so now you did not go to prison as you otherwise should have, right?
Judge asked and answered.
Sustained.
You've testified today about the events of that night, and I want to go through them with you. But first, I want to start with your day. I think you said you were a carpenter at the time, right?
Right.
If I recall, though, that day you were doing a roofing job.
Yes.
And I think you worked all day until about 3 or 4 o'clock.
Right.
Right? Outside, on a roof, hammering,
Yes.
shingling, that kind of good stuff, all day, yes?
Yes.
So about 4 o'clock, you get off work, you run into Sergio, and Sergio says something like, we're going to hang out at Ocean Mist.
Right.
And so you're going to arrive at Ocean Mist about 7 o'clock.
No. About 9ish.
9ish?
Yes.
Now, when you get to Ocean Mist, you're going to drink beer, right?
Possibly, yes.
Well, you did.
I did. So, but that time was a thought. Yes, possibly I was going to drink some. I did. Yes.
Gotcha. You brought marijuana.
Right.
You brought enough for about 4 blunts.
No.
No?
No.
Okay. How much did you bring?
I don't know. Maybe 2.
Okay. Well, you have testified in the past that you smoked 2, maybe 3 blunts.
Right.
And you shared other marijuana, right?
Right.
So at least you yourself, you consumed 2 or 3 blunts.
No, not myself. No.
Not yourself?
No.
Okay. Are you sure about that?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Yes.
And do you remember that you were sworn to tell the truth before doing that deposition, right?
Yes. Yes.
This was on January 27 of 2015. Okay?
Yes.
About 5 years ago. And your testimony is that you did not smoke 2 to 3 blunts ever. Is that what your testimony is?
When? At that time?
Today. I'm asking if that's your testimony today.
Not by myself. I didn't smoke 3 blunts by myself. No. Not by myself.
Judge, I just wanted to clarify, this was in 2015, so it was 8 years ago.
All right. Verify it.
Your deposition was in 2015, about 8 years ago.
Okay.
Okay? Maybe my math is
Okay.
right. Referring court and counsel, page 100, line 5. Do you remember how many blunts you did while at the house? It couldn't be much. Maybe 1 or 2, mostly 3 because I don't buy much. I consume it myself, so I would just get whatever it is if it's a
Judge,
day.
I'm objected to improper impeachment.
Well, I need to see it. Come on down.
Page 100, line 5. Do you remember how many blunts you did while there at the house? Answer, it couldn't be much, maybe 1 or 2, mostly 3 because I don't buy much. I consume it myself, so I would just get whatever it is. If it's a day that I'm going to, a holiday, that I would get a little something enough for 2 or 3 blunts. Okay, question. Okay, so you will get enough that you can smoke 3 or 4 blunts, correct? Answer, yes. Question. So this night you may have smoked up to about 3 blunts while there on the porch, correct? Answer, might have, correct. That's your previous deposition testimony.
Right.
Where you might have smoked up to 3 blunts that night. You also used cocaine that night.
Right.
I understand, and let me clear up that you did not participate in the purchase of the cocaine. Is that correct?
I had some already with me.
Oh, you had some with you already?
Yes.
That you brought?
Yes.
You were aware, or were you not aware, that a couple of people left the party, Mr. Guevara and a couple of others, left to go buy cocaine at some point in time? Did you know that?
I can't recall that.
They went and bought a gram that night. That's
Objection, Judge Counsel testifying.
Sustained. Ask questions.
Did you know they went and bought a gram that night?
I can't recall that.
How much cocaine did you bring?
I don't even remember how much I had, but I had enough because maybe it's just enough for me, or just pass around. But yeah, I had some.
Did you pass around the cocaine that you had?
Must have had, yes.
Okay. Did the others pass around the cocaine that they had?
Yes, the ones that did do it, yes.
Okay. And do you remember who those were?
Yes.
Okay. All in all, you were buzzed that night, right?
Yes.
You felt the effect of the marijuana that you had smoked, right?
To be social there, I was.
And the cocaine you had snorted.
Yes.
And the beers that you
Yes.
drank. Do you know how many beers were consumed on that porch by all of you?
No.
Let's talk about ocean mist. Oh, gotcha. While I'm sorting through a photo that I want to show you, I want to see if you agree with me here. First of all, that the distance from the front door, that's what I'm pointing to as a reference, okay?
Right. Yes.
To the street, not very far. It's about 30 feet, according to your estimation. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
That would be about 10 yards, right?
Right.
Not much further than I am to you at this point. Maybe a little further.
Further, yes.
Okay. But certainly, it's not from here to the back of the courtroom.
Not necessarily, no.
And it is dark out there, right?
Yes.
When I say dark, there were no street lights on, right?
Right.
You see here, I'm going to point to the left, what I've called, and I'm going to use the phrase that I've used before to be consistent. This yellow light, I've kind of called it or described it like a buoy. That would not be there.
Yeah, it's not there.
That was brought out by the police, right?
Right.
Okay. And so that lights up that area. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
And in fact, you have described Ocean Mist as a very dark street. Yes?
Yes.
And you have said there are not a lot of lights in that area, right?
Right.
Even further, there are no floodlights. There are no other lights out there other than that porch light that was on.
Right. Yes.
The front yard area, to the driveway, to inside of the yard from the resident, all very dark. Those are your previous words. And those are true words, right?
Yes.
let's talk about the person that did this. First of all, you were asked on November 27th of 2010, you were shown a series of photographs by law enforcement.
Yes.
And you did not make an identification.
No.
Right?
Right.
Okay. Sorry, I said right at the end because of a double negative. You could not identify anyone that was shown to you. Yes?
Correct. Yes.
You described this person as 6'1" to 6'2".
Right.
You've described this person as having a black pullover shirt that said security on the back.
I don't know. It's a pullover. I know it's t-shirts.
Okay. When I say pullover, I mean a t-shirt that you would pull over your head.
Okay.
Not a vest.
Okay.
Anything
Yes.
like that,
Yeah.
right? Okay. And in fact, you said that it said security on the back. Yes.
Yes.
Sheriff on the front.
Correct.
You described glasses, dark rim glasses, right?
Yes.
And you said, if I heard you on direct examination, light brown hair.
Yes.
Okay. Is that your testimony? It was light brown hair?
Yes. Kind of blonde light hair, and the glasses were reading glasses.
Okay.
Black rim.
And you described the person, if I got your wording correct, as 180 to 170 pounds. That's what you said today.
Right. Yes.
You testified at a previous hearing, didn't you?
Yes.
I'm going to give a date on that hearing. 1 second. In February of 2020. In February of 2020, you testified. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
It was in front of Judge Sabella, wasn't it?
Yes.
All right. Referring court and counsel to page 1710. And first of all, I'm going to ask you this. I think you did say, sorry if it's asked and answered, the person was 6'1" to 6'2" in height.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to put that in a context for you, okay? Starting at line 12. And so when you see this man, you would describe him as 6'1" to 6'2", right? Answer, yes. About 250 to 280 pounds, right? Answer, yes. Question, and he had dark brown hair, right? Answer, uh-huh. Question, is that a yes? Answer, yes. You previously testified that this person was not 170 to 180 pounds, but rather 250 to 280 pounds.
Yes.
So when you said 180 to 170, you misspoke earlier today, right?
Actually, when you're reading that to me, I must have misspoke that time. Yes.
So,
280.
Okay. Remember that deposition that we talked about earlier?
Yes.
Back in 2015?
Yes.
Referring court and counsel to page 45. Starting, and I'm going to give that same context, starting at line 20. Well, I'm going to go back to the 16. Question, and when the man started walking up towards you, did you see how tall he was? Answer, yes. Question, about how tall was he? Answer, about 6'1" or 6'2". Question, I'm sorry, 6'1" or 6'2"? Answer, yes, 6'2". Question, and did you see how large that man was? Answer, yes. Question, okay, about how big was this guy? Answer, about your size. Question, well, I am an old fat man. And then I'm going to go forward because there's some discussion between that large man, right? Remember that? And then, question, I'm not going to tell you how much I weigh, but it's not as much as what some people think. Do you think that man weighed what? I don't know. Do you think 250? I don't know. Answer, I would say 250. Question, 250? Possibly more? Answer, possibly more. 280, 250. That was your answer at your deposition.
Right.
Did you misspeak then too?
I must have not, was maybe not thinking exactly on the weight. Yes.
You would agree on 2 previous occasions you've described that person as 250 to 280.
Yes.
Right? And you would agree that you were asking questions to an attorney who stood up and was a rather largely built man.
Right.
Okay? And you said, not that much, but he was big.
Right.
Heavy.
Yes.
Okay? You never said the words 180 to 170 until just about 20 minutes ago.
Right.
12 years later, right?
Right.
You've covered this with Ms. Johnson, but I think it's, well, I'm going to ask you the question again. Who cares what I think? This happened fast.
Correct.
In fact, the words that you've used, this happened in a matter of seconds. It was all very fast, right?
Right.
In fact, the way this starts is you're sitting on, I'm going to say the left side of the porch as if we're looking towards the house. That's what I mean, the left. You're sitting over here playing cards, right?
Yes. Yes.
Now you are facing the house, right?
Right.
So the road would be, if you use me as a reference point, behind me.
Correct.
Okay? And when that minivan that was either gray or green in color, some dark color, you've described as gray or green, right?
Green or blue, dark blue. Yes,
Okay.
or dark green. Yes.
You've also
darker color.
darker
yes.
color,
Correct.
because it's dark.
Right.
Can't really make out much, right?
Yeah, but I could see the color. It was dark, real dark color.
Yeah.
But good. Yes.
All right. So you're playing cards looking towards the house.
Right.
And you look over your shoulder at the time that car comes back around a second time, right? And you see the security.
Yes.
Okay. At that point in time, that's the first time you see this person, right?
When he stepped out, yes.
Okay. Now you turn back around to look at the table.
To hide whatever I had on me.
Right. You have weed you do not want to get caught with.
Right.
You have cocaine
Right.
you do not want to get caught with.
Right.
In fact, were you aware the police got no cocaine at all when they did the crime scene?
I'm not aware of anything. What they found there, they didn't find there.
And when you went to the hospital, you did not have any cocaine on you.
Right.
But you're kind of putting this together, right?
Right.
And as this is going on very fast, you're scrambling, right?
Not so much. I only had what I had. I took it out of my pocket and put it in there.
Sure. But you're paying attention to what's at the table to make sure you do not get arrested for weed or possession of coke.
I took out what I had in me and put it there under the table.
Oh, you're getting rid of it.
Right.
All right, you're dumping it at the table.
Under the table in the box that was there.
All right. So there should have been marijuana or cocaine found under the table.
Could have been, should have been.
Because once you dumped it, you did not do anything with it, right?
Yeah, what if someone else grabbed it, like, before the cops got there, like, but,
Yeah.
go ahead, sir.
Well, nobody else is going to have a chance to do that because you say everybody's going to be
family
lined
inside
up.
there.
Objection,
but
Judge,
go ahead.
speculation.
It's a state.
Okay. All right. Or you're not suggesting Juan or Sergio or any of those guys. You didn't see them pick up what you dropped, did you? Any of the guys on the porch, you didn't see them.
No, after I left from there, I didn't know who picked up, what picked up, and what I left there, I knew what I did, and that's what I did, yes, sir.
Right. And so now this person has gotten up to the front porch,
Right.
the steps.
The steps. Right.
It's your testimony that the first shot was fired at 1.
Correct.
The trunk.
Yes.
It was not Raymond Galan who got shot first, was it?
No.
And there was no warning shot in the air.
No.
Okay? Anybody who says Raymond Galan got shot first, they're incorrect. Right?
Right. Yes.
Anybody who says there was a warning shot up in the air, they are incorrect. Right?
Right.
Okay? Now, you said there was a badge around the neck.
Right.
There was not a badge or badge-like wallet in a hand.
Right.
Okay? Anybody who says that, they are incorrect.
Yes.
Now, you are told to look or turn around and face the house, right? By this man.
Right.
Get out your IDs and turn and face the house, right?
You said get your IDs and get on the ground. We decided to walk towards the house and get on our knees and do that. Yes.
Yeah.
You said get your IDs and get on the ground.
You're not facing the shooter at this time,
No.
are you?
No, I'm facing the house.
Everybody is facing the house except for Juan Gatron, correct?
Right. He stood still over there by the steps. Yes.
Right. So everybody else is facing away from the shooter at this time, right?
The ones I could see. Yes.
And so you do not see this person walking, do you? The shooter.
If I didn't see him walking, no, I heard him walking.
Right. We'll talk about that in a second. But you do not see him walk, do you?
No.
Okay. You did not see a limp or any disability on this person at all,
No.
did you? In fact, what you saw was this person had this gun
Yes.
in 2 hands.
Yes.
Now, you have described this as a rifle,
Right.
a 12 gauge,
Yes. A rifle.
a black pump action shotgun, right?
Yes. You mean in that sense, like either pump it this way or pull it this way, but yes, that
Yeah.
type of movement. Yes. Yes.
I see what you're doing with your hands, and we're going to come back
Yes,
to
yes,
that
yes.
in just a second. But that's what you've described this.
Right.
This is like 2.5 feet long. That's what this gun is.
We'll say a little smaller than
A little
that.
small.
Like
Do you remember describing it previously as 2 to 2.5 feet long?
I might have did that description.
It's in that area,
But
right?
I mean, it's in that long, a long type of shotgun. That's what my description that I remember that I said.
I think all told, through this very quick event, you believe there was somewhere around 15 shots fired, right?
I can count them to my head again. Yeah, and I'll tell you exactly what
Like 15, I think, when you've counted through your head.
I'll count it right now.
Okay? Count them to your head.
Six shots till he shot me.
Until he shot you.
Yeah.
Can you keep counting in your head? Are there more?
To keep going. By 16, 17, yes.
16 or 17?
Yes.
All right. If you wouldn't mind, if I could ask him to stand, Judge. All right, I want you to stand up, please. Because I want the jury to see both of your hands. Or you don't, not yet. I'm going to have you describe in a second, because what you previously described is that this gun was held with both hands, right?
Right.
And the trigger or the stock was in the right hand.
No, I don't know exactly which, if he had it this way, which way he had it.
But after every shot,
Yes.
there was a racking. That's what you saw.
Right, either this way or this way. But yes,
Can you?
that type of movement somehow.
Yes. Can you demonstrate for the jury what was going on with the two hands after every shot?
I just did. I've been doing it like this somehow. Yeah, it was a movement in the hands with the gun every time.
Okay. Thank you. You can sit down.
Thank
Did I step on your answer, sir? I didn't. I'm sorry. I did not know if I stepped on your answer.
I don't know what that means.
But I thought you may have been done, and I did not know if I interrupted you. Can we agree that every time there was a shooting, there was a movement with two hands?
Right, yes.
And that this shooter was having to use two hands to shoot that weapon? Can we agree on that?
Yes.
You also stated, well, let me ask you this. So I want to go somewhere else. In addition to this being dark, in addition to this being fast,
yes,
in addition to you being under some influence of alcohol and other drugs, this was unexpected, right?
Right.
I mean, you guys are hanging out, buddies, having fun, playing poker, just shooting it, talking, having a good time, right?
Right.
And this happens, and it's quick, and it's dark, and it's unexpected.
Yes, sir.
And once the shooting starts, when it got to you, at some point in time, though you're not seeing it, you're hearing steps of the person, right?
Yes.
And that person kicks you or tries to kick you.
Yes, after sure you shot me.
Right? Right? And you did not notice any disability, and you did not notice anything unusual about how this man walked or used his body, did you? In fact, what you have said before is he looked just normal, like a normal person, in every move he made in this quick, startling event. Right?
Right.
I have nothing else. Thank you, sir. Pass the witness.
Redirect? Absolutely.
No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused and released by the court?
Yes, Your Honor.
And by the defense, excused and released? Subject to recall. Subject to recall. Okay, sir, you can step down. You're released as a witness at this time, but you are subject to recall. You don't have to wait outside. They'll call you at least the night before and let you know if they need you to come back. All right, you're welcome. Yes, absolutely. Guest, I'm sending you home. And we were just discussing what time we're going to start tomorrow. Instead of starting at 8:30 tomorrow, we're going to start at 9. So back to our regular. So you can give the jury union credit for that. Back to the original start time of 9 a.m. Please not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please not do any research related to the case and avoid all reports of the case outside of the courtroom. We'll see you at 9 a.m. tomorrow. All rise for the jury.
Judge, I have one question.
Oh, hold on.
Was defense exhibit number 37 admitted?
I did not offer it.
No.
Okay.
So I'll file it for identification, but I did not offer it.
Okay.
All right. We'll see you in the morning. Thank you. Have a safe trip home. Jury has exited. Everyone may be seated. Let's talk a little bit more about that time schedule. So does that mean that we're going to most likely finish early tomorrow?
Judge, I know that we just have 2 more witnesses. There is like a couple of stipulations that are not lengthy. I imagine there may be JOA arguments or anything like that.
That's true. So that'll probably get us through lunch, I'm imagining, even if it's a early lunch. So if we start with the defense after lunch.
These are pretty short witnesses that we have. There may be one more, but I think we're stipulating to something.
No more videos?
No more videos for the state judge. So.
I always rely on those videos.
And I think that we have like literally just 2 short stipulations. So I don't think that we're going to take very long.
All right. So if they're done though at 10 o'clock, and we do turn to the defense to start putting on a case before a lunch break, I think you said you do have a video that we could play. How long is it?
I would say about an hour.
Okay. Well, we'll make a call. If it's 11 o'clock when we turn to you, we'll go ahead and if you can put the video on first, is that an issue?
No, sir.
So that would take us to 12. If it's closer to 12, rather than starting the video, I would just give them their lunch break. So it's just going to depend on how things go. But if it's 11 or earlier, when we turn to you, we'll let you play your hour video. If it's closer to 12, we'll take an early lunch break and we'll start after lunch. So other than the video, you have live witnesses for tomorrow after lunch?
We may, Judge. I can tell you that I've got my expert from Tennessee that's coming in Wednesday morning.
Okay.
I know that we've got our medical expert that's going to be coming in Thursday afternoon, and we're going to try to fit in between those whatever we can.
Okay. All right. So then there's no way we're finishing Thursday where I might be instructing the jury on Thursday.
Not unless you want to do it after the doctor's testimony. We're gonna need closing, so I would imagine we're probably better off on Friday. We thought, frankly, as the court remembers, we thought.